circumstances, briefly during the pandemic and in the aftermath of World War II. But, the New York Times reports, the development barely seemed to register in the nation's capital, where few policymakers bother to acknowledge the latest warning sign about the government's poor fiscal health. The root of the problem is well documented and widely known. U.S. debt has soared in recent years because of a mismatch between federal spending and tax revenue, one complicated by a rapidly aging population, which has driven up costs across the government. By the way, this was something that the president promised to address, both in his first term and in the current term. And we are easily fooled by the politicians who point fingers one at each other's party over this issue. Given the fact that both parties spend like drunken sailors, there is zero concerted effort that I can see on the Hill or in the executive branch to address this government spending issue, which my entire lifetime, at least since I have been old enough to be aware, has been a problem which never really gets addressed. Even with Doge, it didn't get addressed. And in fact, I think with the Doge cuts, in the aggregate, the cost of shutting down and then the cost of shutting down and restarting different programs that they surely knew would be forced by the courts to reopen, in the aggregate, from what I remember, some of the reporting, and I don't have this right in front of me, was more costly than if they had done nothing at all. So, I don't know. I'm not an economist. I don't know whether all of this results in inflation, or a repression, or a depression, or whether we just tighten up our belts and adjust our lives and say this is our new reality, at least for the moment. I don't know. I'll tell you that I drive a conversion van, which I love, and I'm not going to give up driving my van because I camp out in my van, and it is my daily drive because I'm living alone. I don't need two vehicles. And I don't get but 17 miles to the gallon. And I don't do that much driving other than, to and from the train station, which isn't a long drive, except, of course, when I take the van out for my expeditions, when I feel, okay, I spend for this, that's fine. It's my vacation, and I want to spend the money that I've saved up to go and explore. And so I don't worry too much about it then. But now on a daily basis, sometimes it may be more convenient for me to drive most of the way to work rather than take the train. And it's like, well, why would I do that? Right now, between the tolls and the parking and the increased gas prices, I've adjusted a little bit. And I bet you've adjusted a little bit too. So I want to hear what you all have to say about that. Folks in the audience, raise your hand. I know some people put their hands up and then took them down because I call you up one at a time now. So don't get frustrated. I will get to y'all. So today we'll start our discussion in the order in which I see folks. It begins with Marshall, followed by Scott.
I can't talk too much about gas prices, but debt to GDP ratio means that borrowing as a federal government is harder, which means borrowing as a regular person is harder. It also means that we're not going to be able to spend as much, that we will be forced to cut down entitlements. the government calls them Social Security, Medicare, Disability, and SSID, along with Social Security. There's one other, the Social Security basket, but those are the largest growing portions of U.S. spending aside from service to the debt. And so we will be forced to make austerity cuts within my lifetime. What I really get out of all of this is, I don't mean this in an offensive fashion, I mean in kind of a playful fashion, but a truthful fashion. Your generation and the next generation screwed my generation 10 ways from Sunday by not being able to control how much we spend. And it is as somebody who's 35 and a millennial, it's a little hard.
Oh, no question. Your assessment is accurate because these politicians, they want to kick the can down the road and get through their tenure without having to address these problems. It'll be the next Congress and the next Congress or the next administration and the next administration's problem. Sooner or later, the chickens come home to roost, as the saying goes. Did I get that right? I'm not so sure. But at any rate, you're absolutely right. And I don't understand.
Won't be there. Medicare won't be there. It just like my generation just wills the kinds of social services the generation and Generation X have access to.
The problem is everybody has their vested interest.
Right here.
When it comes,
looking for a shirt.
Yeah, everybody has their vested interest when it comes to programs.
Looking for a shirt.
Coming.
What's that?
Sorry, I'm helping prepare for an event for the Congresswoman, so I gotta fix something.
All right. Yeah, you're breaking up. You're in and out, in and out, in and out. So, but anyway, the point is, Marshall is exactly right. Nobody wants their program cut. By the way, to that point, the board that the president appointed to oversee FEMA today recommended cutting the FEMA budget in half. In half. Now, maybe that's necessary based on our discussion today, but when they talk about cutting FEMA, a lot of people look at, well, we've been having serious weather events lately. We're going through a cycle, whatever the reason. I'm not going to get into the argument of the cause, whether it's a natural cycle or whether it's a man-made type of a situation. I don't know. That's not today's discussion. But we know that the need for emergency management assistance from the U.S. government is greater now than ever. Just last night or this morning, both overnight, more than 500 homes were significantly damaged in Mississippi by a rash of tornadoes. I don't know, maybe we could say it's not the federal government's responsibility to address these issues when whole communities get wiped out by floods and tornadoes and hurricanes. It's your fault for not having insurance and in terms of immediate recovery efforts. Well, the church groups can come in and take care of that. We don't need FEMA. Some people might argue that, but I suspect that a lot of people hear this news with a degree of disdain. So where do we make the cuts in order to address the debt situation? But the more immediate problem, of course, is the cost of fuel and how it drives up costs and how we have to adjust our lives, our consumption. By the way, I saw a story also the other day. Again, I don't have this one in front of me, but I'm just recalling it now as I speak about restaurants having to lay off staff and restaurants that are actually closing. they can't afford to operate in the manner in which they operated before because people aren't going to the restaurants in the manner they did before this war because they don't have the discretionary income for a night out, give mom the day off, she doesn't have to cook. Or date night, even. I don't know. But that's what the story said. And I gotta believe that it's accurate because it just makes sense that it would be. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Scott, followed by Steve. Good time to put your hand up, folks. Scott.
Yeah, I think it's not. I'm with Marshall on this to some point. I think so. Part of it is the fuel prices, right? Part of it is the cost on entitlements. Part of it is the inflation. I think the tipping point is there's just too many pressure points, right? I think that largely most people are feeling squeezed, and you know, if you're like me, I live in Philadelphia. I don't drive. I mean, I just take public transportation most places. But most people, even if you don't have a car, you just feel the squeeze. You go into a convenience store and you see what a burrito costs or what Doritos costs, and yeah, you're being squeezed. And I think that's the problem. Is that the squeeze? It's feeling the pinchers from all directions. And so I think that's the problem, Gary. And I don't know how we get out of it. I mean, I don't know. I think fuel costs are an issue. The debt is an issue. I mean, I think one of the things that Biden did, which I think wasn't necessarily the worst move in the world, but Biden was looking down the nose at a recession, and he didn't want it on his watch. And so he pumps $1 trillion into the economy, which, maybe it was the healthier move. I don't know, but what does that do? I mean, you put a lot more money in the economy chasing the same amount of goods. It raises prices. So, I think people are feeling squeezed. And I don't know how you get out of the feeling of the squeeze, but I think that's the issue. And I don't know that collectively we have the kind of collective sensibility to get out of the situation. I think mostly the politicians we're hiring or electing are largely that's their job. They want to get elected and reelected. And so I don't know. I think we're in big trouble.
Well, you say you are taking public transportation. Transportation costs are rising too. I just noted that the PATH train, which links New Jersey with New York City, the Port Authority, the PATH train, it's going up in price. Everything's going up in price. And obviously, if the gasoline and diesel are rising, the cost of goods are going up. I did my grocery shopping this morning on the way home from work, and there were things that I had intended to purchase. And I looked at the cost, and I said, "You got to be kidding me." And there were things that I was going to put in my basket that I decided not to, just on the principle of, I'm not going to spend that much money for that item. And here's another thing that I noticed today, and it's not like they're bare shelves or anything like that, but I wanted to buy a certain product, and none to be found in the store. So I don't know. And also, here's something I noticed this time and the last time. I buy bottled water. I buy spring water because I like using spring water in my cooking and my preparing my beverages and so forth. I don't like the type of water that happens to come out of the tap here where I live. It's a little too harsh. So, I'll buy a gallon of water. Usually, used to be for 80 or 90 cents a gallon. It's now $1.50 a gallon. But I'll do that. Even when it comes to that, I noticed last time I go every couple weeks and stock up. So 2 weeks ago, and then again this morning, there were like empty shelves. I mean, they weren't out of spring water, but there was a shortage of spring water. And no locks. I had the taste. I wanted, this morning after I got off the train, I wanted to come home and I wanted bagels and cream cheese and lox, which I know is very expensive now, but I was just in the mood to treat myself. No lox in the store. Sorry, Guy, we don't have them in stock today. So it's starting to affect things. And when it affects my palate negatively, Scott, that's not a good thing. Puts Gary in a bad mood. You ever get that when you put it in your mind, this is what I crave today, and you go on a search and then you can't find it? Puts you in a bad mood.
Yeah, no, look, I think that's going to be a lot of the country, right? I mean, I think, again, I don't drive because I live in the city, but I think a lot of Americans, most Americans do. And I think you're hitting the nail on the head. I think most Americans, car culture, we're not a sort of, and even with public transit and all that stuff, but I mean, that's a more shared distributive effect. But that's not our culture. We're in a car culture. And I think most Americans are going to be angry every day pulling up to the pump and just resenting the fact that they have to pay this much every day. And so, look, it's not good. I don't know that it will be a tipping point, though, because I think, I don't know. I mean, what is the tipping point there? I mean, is it going to throw us into chaos? I don't think so. I think largely we'll stay in a sort of inflationary economic situation where prices continue to go through the roof, where we play our partisan games, right? And that's what we do. I mean, what my party is gonna definitely win the midterms, and what will we do? We'll investigate the administration. We'll have hearings, all this stuff. But nobody's going to problem solve until the thing collapses, because that's not, we don't have politicians that are problem solvers or creative. So it's just we will just do management. And so that will be, I don't think it's going to get better until it gets.
Thank you for that, Scott. I don't know whether there will be pitchforks and lanterns lit, torches lit because of all this. But there might be a tipping point where people just, they're not willing to take it anymore, and I don't know how they would express that. But the midterms are coming up. Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Steve, followed by...
Hey, Gary, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm having a nice... You probably heard the beep, beep, beep of the microwave, so I'm making up for my lack of lox with a nice salmon dinner while I host our gathering today.
That sounds good, but I'm not a salmon lover. But to the point, I think the two things you're describing, Gary, one is event-driven, the oil price. The second is a structural issue, which the event-driven can bleed into the structural temporarily, but it's not the long-term issue here. And I think it was the early 80s when we started offshoring all our manufacturing, and we went to a service-based economy. And your town actually is a perfect example of what could have contributed to this. The workforce that's in Detroit right now versus, say, the late 60s, early 70s. And the kind of money that those people that worked in the factories in Detroit making automobiles is going to be extracting from Social Security and from Medicare and Medicaid is going to be disproportionate in a ratio kind of way to the type of money that's being put back in by the residents now, because the type of jobs they have is not going to generate the same income that a factory worker in the late 60s or early 70s was generating to the federal government. And here's something else too that just amazes me. When this whole thing first started, me and my wife was having a conversation, and I told her, and this is really true, you cannot become wealthy as a country without making something. You have to have a manufacturing base to produce wealth. Look at what happened in China when they captured all of our manufacturing and the rise of their economy. We've been going in this direction for a long time, and Marshall talking about, well, you know, your generation has got my generation. Well, in a sense it did, but the people inside that generation didn't offshore all these manufacturing jobs over to China. And this is what is disconcerting to me, is when Trump talks about trying to reinvigorate the manufacturing base inside the United States through different pressure mechanisms, where people can start finding a better job than, say, working at Walmart and having to get food stamps to live. How much do you think that's going to supply a structural issue in the deficit? Not much, because they're not going to be putting in as much, and they're going to be extracting resources to feed themselves. So this is a structural issue that's been going on for a long, long time. And what we've done, we've been living off of a credit card, and payday's coming. And you know, here's what's just totally blows my mind. Within the federal government, you know there has to be a lot of waste and fraud. And when we had this Doge thing, maybe these guys didn't do it correctly. But the idea, and this isn't, you know, you look at the highlighted issues like what we see in Minneapolis. That's just a symptom of a much broader problem. You can probably go into the Defense Department and the budget they have and the contractors they have. You know, everyone's heard about the $300 hammer. Well, when you get in these kind of shapes, you got to go through these systems. You got to root out the waste and abuse to where you really find out what the true structural problem is. You know, how big is it? Well, you're not going to know until you get that thing lean and mean. So I think what we're talking about today, as soon as the Strait of Hormuz is opened up and ships start flowing again, and we see equilibrium in the oil supply, and the futures traders aren't so paranoid about what's going to happen tomorrow in the Middle East, you'll see this oil price thing bounce back real quick. The other issue, though, the structural issue with the debt, is going to take some serious politicians, and it's going to take a willingness to tell the people the truth. If you don't have manufacturing in the United States, and you think people working at these service jobs is going to produce the type of income to the federal government that it takes to fund this stuff, you're living in a delusional fantasy. So I don't know how this isn't obvious to everyone. I don't know. What do you think about it?
Well, I want to talk, you covered a couple of things. Here's what I think about us knowing about the problem with regard to government spending, because I don't know that the price of oil is going to fall very quickly, as you suggest. I hope you're right, and that the analysts that I quoted earlier are wrong. And I'm putting my money on you because that's what I want. I want it to fall quickly. But you talked about the government waste and how we've known about this all along. And I'm old enough to remember, and I don't know whether you are, William Proxmire. He was a Democratic senator from Wisconsin. And every month he issued his Golden Fleece Award. He
Yeah.
did this from 1975 to 1988.
Right.
So he did it for a long time. Every month, he brought examples of, you mentioned the expensive hammers, that kind of thing. Ridiculous or ironic, wasteful government spending.
Yeah.
And he targeted projects he considered wasteful. And, for example, here was one that he did. The National Science Foundation. Your tax dollars were used, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have a National Science Foundation,
Right.
but your tax dollars were used, Proxmire told us, to fund a study on why people fall in love. That was the first Golden Fleece that he,
Yeah.
you know? Why do people fall in love? There's a song that will answer your question for you a lot cheaper. Anyway,
Right.
the point is, we know about these wasteful spendings, and we laugh about them, or we claim that we're going to do something about it, but nobody does anything. I think the president tried with Doge, but I think it was not a very smooth way of doing it, and
I agree.
they went crazy. They can do anything that they want, and so that was a real big miscalculation. I think in terms of form, it might have sent a message, but in terms of substance, it did not.
Yeah, the idea was correct. The execution was just wrong. But, when we talk about structural issues like this, until you really know how much fat is on something, you can't do a true analytical evaluation of the problem you're dealing with. And what kills me, and I think it goes both ways, because I think there's people that benefit from different things, like in the Defense Department. I could only imagine how much, waste is floating around there. And then in entitlements, you hear these stories of all the time of people renting these office spaces, no one's there. So I think there's got to be and Gary, I got to tell you, as someone that's dealt with some budgetary issues, this is partly our fault too, as Americans, because one of the hardest things that you'll see is when you talk to people about budgetary constraints, they look at you like, well, why can't we? Well, why can't we is because this is not monopoly money, and these same accounting principles and same business principles that run a company run a government. You got to have some financial clarity to what you're doing. And people will get involved in government projects, and it's like I know what it is, because there's no accountability to failure. That's why these government programs get out of control, because like I used to run a small trucking company. If I made bad decisions, I would go out of business. If you're in government and you make bad decisions, you just tax people more. You never have to feel the pain of your decision making. And until we get something like that going, we're in bad shape. But I think one is an event and one is structural. I'll leave it there.
So it's not as if there aren't organizations within government whose job it is to watchdog all of this. There are. There are more than 70 federal inspectors general. Although Trump, which I don't understand it, given that he wanted to cut all this wasteful spending, he got rid of a bunch of inspectors general. But across all the major federal agencies, each of them has a inspector general, and there's the Government Accountability Office, which is the primary watchdog. Each audit federal spending. They identify waste, they root out fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. Great. But as you point out correctly, they have no authority to order changes. They just report them. And apparently, in spite of the fact that this administration wanted to cut the federal spending, with this Doge thing, which, as you and I both recognize, kind of backfired, at the same time they were eliminating inspectors general because, I don't know, I guess some people don't want to know that they have a serious or terminal disease. So they don't go to the doctor, or they fire the doctor who gives them the bad news because that's not what they want to hear. I understand that. There's a psychological reason for that. But you're exactly right. In the private sector, as you were talking, I was thinking about where I work. If my vice president and general manager who has our division can't keep things profitable, well, he's going to be gone. And somebody who can ensure profitability will move in, and there will be probably cuts in personnel as a result. So you can't, when you're in private industry, let it get out of hand. You're right. In the government, they can and they do, and nobody, apparently, according to that New York Times story, in Washington really gives much of a damn about it.
Well, Gary,
So you combine this with the current crisis with the gas and diesel costs. We are under severe economic stress in our households, but also we're in extreme economic distress in Washington. You combine the two, and I don't know, again, I'm not an economist, but it seems like that's a recipe for absolute economic disaster in this.
well, I can give you one example with I was personally involved with. It involved our city council, it involved our county commission, it involved some state people, and we was talking about in percentage terms of a budget, a significant amount to a budgetary issue. And the math was so simple on this, Gary. It was literally 6th grade level math that you could look at these numbers and tell they weren't working at any level. I mean, 6th grader could have done the math on it. And people, I mean, we had a meeting room with about 300 people in it, and no one was pointing out the obvious fact. These numbers just don't work, and I'm sitting here listening to these people ramble on, getting high on their own BS. And finally, the engineer I told him, I said, just stop right there. I said, please, just stop. And I laid out the numbers. And I looked at everyone, and I said, can anyone in this room that's so enthused on pushing this project tell me how these numbers are going to work? And they looked like us, the Grinch that stole Christmas. But that's how embedded this kind of psychological Santa Claus can become in government spending. And finally, I just told him, I said, because I had a deciding vote in it, I said, until you can show me how these numbers are going to work, I said, I'm a hard no. I said, no, you got to tell me how these numbers are going to work. But it becomes so pervasive. It was like a out-of-body experience looking at people that was normally intelligent people sitting there saying, yeah, let's just bankrupt this place and everyone's going to be happy. And I'm sitting there just like, I can't believe what I'm hearing here. But I can only imagine this replicating itself inside the halls of Congress over and over and over, and no one saying, hey, you got to make the numbers work. But I'll leave it there. I know there's other people here.
Just remember yesterday I was talking about how things were when there were so many houses underwater and people's houses were being foreclosed. Why did that happen? Because people, they let their emotions, when they want a program in Washington or a project in West Virginia or to purchase a home, it's just human nature. I want that house. I fell in love with that house. How can I make this work on my salary? And the realtor says, oh, we can figure out how to make this work because the realtor wants the commission. And then the mortgage company issues paper on a house that you're a poor risk for. And maybe you make it through or maybe you don't. And it's just kind of like human nature, and we have to have the fortitude to stand up and draw a line and say, you know, I love this house, but I just can't put the money together. I have to get something a little more modest. But if you have a project in Washington or in West Virginia that you really, 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 really want, you might ignore all of those realities. So I want to say thank you to Steve, and go to William.
By the way, can I just make one comment? I think there is a number, right? It's 60. It's about 60% of debt to GDP. I mean, there's a level where we could function. I mean, it's not. If we can get to 60% of debt to GDP ratio, but we're now functioning at over 100%. I think we're close to. I mean, I think we're close to 200% or something. That's the problem. I mean, what we'd have to do, but no politician will ever get elected by saying, "Hey, I'm Scott Jones. I'm going to run for Congress, and my project is going to be to get us to 60% to GDP to debt ratio." No one's going to do that, and that's fundamentally the problem. I mean, it's just not. It's not an issue that will sell. It's the issue that's going to kill us. But I mean, people just don't know how to talk about it, and I don't know how to talk about it. I mean, you know, it's the critical issue. But someone needs to tell a story about the debt to GDP ratio, and I don't know how to do it. But that's the critical issue.
Well, the thing is, everybody has, I forget who said it, maybe it was Steve that said it. These guys and gals, they all want to get reelected. Maybe it was you that said it. But anyways, they want to get reelected. So they have to bring home the bacon. And so I have a bill before my fellow members of Congress, and I'm trying to whip up support for the bill, and you come to me and say, I'll support your bill, Gary, but I need something for my district. I need something to come home to my people. And that's when these make-up projects get approved by Congress. And this is when people end up, building these bridges to nowhere and so forth in order to pork barrel things to garner the votes that they need to pass the project that they really want to see cleared to Congress. So as long as we have that attitude, it's just going to kind of continue, I think. We'll now go to William, followed by Marcus. Thank you, Steve.
So I'm with Scott. And actually, Scott, if you want to run for Congress, you can win on a cost-cutting issue of take back our streets in Philadelphia, because banning the Philadelphia Parking Authority would get you elected. Very expensive. It's a tax on
The executive director of the Philadelphia Parking Authority makes more than the governor of the state.
It's like a mafia racket, and they're playing around with a lot of things that the room would not be interested in. But that'll get you elected to Congress in Philly. And I'm going to ride my bike over to the Mexican store and get some tacos and beans and rice. So I'm not worried about how much fuel I'm putting in my car, because I don't move my car. If I move my car, I can't find a space and I'll get tickets, and they're very expensive. But the cost is being driven up, I think, more locally in Philadelphia by the cost of diesel fuel, because everything gets trucked in here. Some things come by rail, but the trucking, the cost for the truckers is going to drive up our prices on the fuel. And that's built into the cost of the products that are sold in the stores, cost of the groceries. That's one factor. There are multiple factors, like Scott was saying. The tariffs were supposed to bring industry back into the United States. Maybe it brings some, it loses other industry. Some industry was cross-border. Some industries are establishing themselves in Canada rather than the United States for a variety of reasons. And like the Griffin, the Griffin factories that are scheduled to go up in Canada, and that is also going to cut into sales of fourth generation fighters from the United States that Canada may have otherwise bought, or fourth generation. But there's a lot of things. The tariffs discourage business in some cases from coming to the United States, but they also, there's not a lot of new projects that have opened here, and they also drive up the cost of labor because there's a lot of jobs that Americans really don't want to fill, and farmers not only are suffering from the tariffs, but they're suffering from the immigration policies because a lot of our workers are, or what used to be our workers who were living honestly and not committing crimes and paying taxes, a lot of them are being kicked out of the country. And when you drive up all the costs for living, it's going to discourage young people from having kids, or they'll put it off until later.
The birth rate is way down.
Right, and that is going to cause a demographic problem. So we'll actually need more laborers in the long run. And so the whole idea that we need to kick people out of our country because they're taking jobs, not really. I mean, they're taking jobs that Americans often don't want to fill, and they are filling out a labor force that in many aspects is understaffed. And also, we're not immune. Like, it just, the United States is an exporter of fuel. The U.S. production is doing really well because of the shale and the different technologies that have come online for petrochemical oil extraction. We've got more gas than we can actually use. There's actually flare-offs all the time out west. I've seen some discussion about that. So, we're energy independent, more or less. There's certain crude grades of oil that mix better in refineries and that are beneficial to have to make certain levels of product, but overall the United States is energy independent. But the costs around the rest of the world are going to have a downward pressure on global economies. And so if there's a global recession, a global depression, and we're manufacturing things, and we do manufacture some things, who's going to buy our stuff? Who's going to want to, pay the higher prices for the things that we have to sell? I mean, it's not, we are connected to the broader world, whether or not you want to deglobalize or not. We're not making everything here, and we do sell some things overseas. And if you depress demand because people don't have money for your products, you're going to sell less products. So overall, you just, it doesn't, we're not just isolated. We're not just Fortress America with two big ocean moats on either side and hostile neighbors to our north and south now. But, we have, we've lost a lot of trade. We've lost a lot of tourist trade for people that don't want to come to the United States from Canada because of the basically grotesque activities of the ICE agents and the hostility towards foreigners and the xenophobia of certain Americans and the tourist dollars are way down. That's an industry that's depressed. And, as far as the insurance, the insurance costs are off the charts. You want to ban FEMA? Terrific. How much is that going to drive up the cost for the almost uninsurable residences in South Florida? Or we're not into the fire season yet in the West. All these things, we have people that are working in government that actually provide value. They're not all just, do nothing, waste money jobs. They provide value. They provide value for the American people. And it's not just in the north and the coast, but, in the south. We're going to get hit with hurricanes. It's going to happen. Whether or not you want to believe it's related to global warming or not, it's still going to hit. You can believe it when the tide rises and the water crests over the walls. So, FEMA provides a really essential service for states regardless of political affiliation. So, that's going to hurt. That's going to drive up costs in one way or another. And it also, if you put people out of work, you're circulating less money in the economy. People are buying less stuff, and that has ramifications. So, you have to actually, I'm a lawyer. I'm not an economist. I just read things. But, a lot of these things are going to turn around and bite us in the ass. And that is a legal term. So, it's just a lot of things that are happening that are going to depress the economy. They're going to cut into real estate prices and make lower the quality of life for us and for our kids that want to start families. And that's going to be a problem.
So you mentioned the immigration issue and jobs, etc. One only needs to look at Japan. Japan was very, very tight on immigration because they want to maintain a homogenous society where everybody is Japanese. And, unlike the United States, people, and part of this may be genetic, but also they don't eat a lot of processed foods in Japan. And so they have a real problem there of longevity. People live much longer in Japan. That's a problem than people live in the United States, because now you have the need for elder care. And with the birth rate being as low as it is in Japan, they are now going to other countries in Southeast Asia and encouraging people to come to Japan for long-term employment as caregivers. And of course, when people come in from other countries, there's a chance that there will be commingling, and the genetic base of the country changes somewhat as a result of the study that we discussed earlier.
Their neighbor. People love their neighbor.
Why do people fall in love?
And that could have been sponsored by the CIA or the FSB. That could be valuable information. Why do people fall in love?
Right. So we're going to see that here. We're going to see a complete shift from the current strategy on immigration, I believe, as our country continues to age and the birth rate is such that we don't have a lot of young people, especially young people who are predisposed to doing elder care. And my prediction is, you guys can write it down, especially those of you who are young enough to be able to track this for a number of years, beyond years that I will be able to track it. You will see a huge influx of Filipinos into the United States who will come here to become caregivers. They will leave their children home with the grandma and the grandpa, and they will make money, and they will send a good portion of what they make back to the Philippines as a way of providing for their family and improving their life. And if they are lucky, they they too will find someone to fall in love with. As the study, we could go back to that first study, the National Academy of Sciences study, why they fall in love. Thank you, William. We'll now go to Austin, who fell out and came back.
Oh, Marcus, are you in a hurry?
No, Austin followed by Marcus. Marcus left. Go ahead,
Okay, cool.
Austin.
I'm so glad that Williams look into the 21st century. We have a lot of technology for alternative fuels. It's interesting, but Trump really seems to be working in the interest of the oil industry. Why are oil companies making so much money these days with oil prices so high all throughout the oil sector? It's kind of odd to me. But I think we're absolutely chasing the wrong ball. I mean, it's simple to look at the science of economic history and look what seems to be intuitive. You think, okay, we're going to reduce spending and that's going to help our economy. That's not the right question to be asking. And it's such like an intuitive tilt. Okay, I think of personal finance, I think of business finance, I think of corporate finance. Okay, we're going to reduce cost and increase revenue. But we're a nation, and we're the global reserve currency. What we need to be absolutely panicking about is how we're destroying the ill will of America. And even if Trump lives to 100, 120, he's not on this planet as long as a lot of us, and he's damaging our reputation in order to follow the whims of short-run pursuits. It's not a matter of are we spending or not, it's what are we spending on. It's been found that Keynes' science of economic expenditure, it's reality. It's not a matter of are you spending or not spending, are you spending on things that grow the GDP? It's absolutely proven that certain sectors of government spending have an outsized effect in economic growth. When money circulates through the economy, it doesn't just disappear. When there's fiscal policy by the government, it doesn't just disappear, it circulates through the economy. So I think it's good to be cautious, folks that are in the media and folks that are on the blogosphere. It's so simple to make the emotional appeal to worrying about the deficit. And it is a concern. It's something that we have to be cognizant of. But what we really want is to be at the helm of the economy. We know that if we spend more and create more debt, then our currency weakens, then our exporters are benefited. I think the key is to have agility and the ability to navigate between what a given instance of economic ideal might be at a certain time and have the agility to change depending on what's needed. And what we're really losing out on is now we're in the era of AI and automation. We need to worry about the brain drain and the brain gain. Caltech, Stanford, these used to always attract the best and the brightest. It was the obvious choice for so many people to end up here. And a lot of people don't want to be here. And we're losing the best and the brightest, and that's a real concern. I think we should maximize for longevity. We really have enough for everyone. There's just an artificial sense of scarcity. And I caution folks in the media and blogosphere, it might be easy to win an election on panic about the debt and the deficit and yada, yada, yada. But it's a science. Please chat with AI on logical mode for about 20 minutes about macroeconomics and economic multipliers. Before, say you want to have a blog post on it, chat with the AI about macroeconomics and multipliers before going there, because we're in this artificial scarcity. We have enough for everyone.
So your first comments about the where we spend our money and how it affects the GDP. According to the Pentagon, the war in Iran has cost American taxpayers at least $25 billion to as much as $35 billion. That's Pentagon estimates. The Pentagon reported a $11.3 billion cost for the first 6 days of the conflict. and the current burn rate is roughly $1 billion to $2 billion. So that's, I don't know, somebody can work out the math in their head. To me, that pushes the total costs much higher as the operation continues into its third month. So what's the cost of that to the GDP? I don't know, but I do know from my earlier readings about this that war typically acts as a major economic drain, although the president touts the fact that it is pumping up the U.S. military-industrial complex. So that might countermand a little bit of what I've read. But what I've read is that war in general reduces real GDP, especially in the conflict-affected nations. And long-term losses can last a long time, maybe a decade, maybe more.
Absolutely. We need to spend wisely, and if you look at the defense sector, and these days I'm all for a very strong defense sector. It's focused on defensive weapons and keeping us safe.
Right.
But a lot of it is not circulating through the economy. We just have a huge bull run on the defense sector.
Right, so I'm looking at the Kellogg Insight report, which says that global conflict in general, not this one specifically, cost an estimated $15 trillion. That's 13% of the world GDP. So, from an economic standpoint, aside from the terrible loss of life, obviously, and infrastructure that a war creates, like the song goes, you know me, I always go back to the lyrics of the songs. War, good God, y'all, what is it good for?
Absolutely
And
nothing.
Nothing.
And if you were...
But the average, take away.
And if we were spending that curing every cancer, think about how that would, just intuitively think about how that would circulate through the economy, through the doctor's offices, through the medical companies, through the longevity. Let's focus on robotics, the build a utopia, senior care robotics, longevity in the health sectors, because those grow the economy massively. Look at Denmark's economy. Thank you, everyone.
Well, it's getting a little bit weird with the robotics. In South Korea, they just ordained the first robotic monk. So I don't know if this is a joke that they were doing, or whether they really think that monks can replace, robots can replace human monks in their religion or
Karen, you're
spiritual.
scaring me. You're terrifying me.
Sure. What's that, Scott?
You're terrifying me now.
Dude, it's your own damn fault. How many of your fellow ministers have turned to AI to write their sermons, lazy bastards? It happens all the time.
Brutal. Yeah, it's brutal.
Come on. What, we can't generate our own words? This, because people have to speak. And I know sometimes people are quoting AI. I get that. But generally speaking, people are speaking their truth to the room. They're not speaking ChatGPT's truth to the room. Monsef, followed by Daryl.
Thank you, Gary. Hey, what made me come up is a previous speaker on stage on some basic laws of economics and how they make a country work and all that. I wanted to acknowledge William and Austin's comments. They were spot on. I don't mean to pick on our friend in West Virginia, but when your idea for a success is that you can't get ahead, do something, it's very vague. There is a concept in economics called the comparative advantage concept. you make what you're good at, because otherwise you'll be wasting your time in doing stuff that is, below your skill level. And by the time you get to produce it, even if it's produced locally, you're not going to be able to sell it because it's going to cost you too much. And that's the basics of international trade. We let other countries produce what they can produce at the best cost that they can do it. And we produce a lot in the United States. We have the comparative advantage of producing some of the best technologies in the world. We specialize in that, and that's our thing. It doesn't make sense to stop producing F-35s and go to build manufacturing, factories in West Virginia, Ohio, whatever, to make, brooms and kitchen, whatever, or t-shirts or clothing, because it has built factories. We're gonna get your unskilled workers to work, and they're not gonna make a living because no one is gonna be willing to buy a $40 broom, and no one will be willing to buy a $50 t-shirt. That's why when you buy your t-shirt, it doesn't say in the back "Made in Japan." It says it's made in Bangladesh or made in places where
Vietnam, Bangladesh and Vietnam.
Yeah, Bangladesh, Vietnam, but there is an idea that it makes sense for Levi's or whatever to go to places like that. It's a great situation. You got a cost of living that is lower, that is cheaper. It makes sense to send you work there. They get to feed their families or whatever. Yes, sometimes it gets a little crazy with manufacturing like that. And a little, good values, I guess, is necessary to make sure that you don't get into, slavery and stuff like, child labor and stuff like that. But,
And the infamous fires in the Chicago factories, right?
Yeah, but the reality is someone can live on $100 or $150 salary, monthly salary in Vietnam, Bangladesh, China, and make t-shirts. But if you do that same job in the U.S., you'll have to pay him at least minimum wage. And the guy from West Virginia, I bet he's not willing to go to Walmart. It won't be a Walmart because Walmart is all China. And go and spend $15 for a. And that's why these empty, promises by our politicians, we're gonna build factories. Well, factories of what? We do have factories. We gotta build product that we can be good at and sell with, an added value to both the economy and to society. Anyway, enough of that. So it's little courses sometimes in your free community college would educate our voting populace, because the minute a president or whatever would go up there and say crap like that, at least people would be educated to say that, but just say in the beginning of whatever, we're gonna build factories, but it's not necessarily gonna benefit society. I want to go back to gas prices and why they are expensive. I don't know if Gary, you saw the report by the Washington Post today, I think, that it was a report that was that the CIA, has given to the administration about their, what they see in.
Right. Yeah, I actually posted something about that in the chat, which is linked above. And basically, what it says is that the CIA report and I don't know where the Washington Post got this. Their sources at the CIA are probably their sources at the White House. But the report said that if it becomes a stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz and the oil, ultimately Iran can handle that. The United States cannot. We will have to blink first. Is basically what
it says. That Iran has basically another 5 months before it can see some real damage to its economy. It
is a CIA intelligence report to the President of the United States who says that there are no armaments left, that their military has been destroyed, Iranian military has been destroyed. Well, where's he getting his information from? And this speaks to the whole point that he says what he feels is prudent to say at the moment, but not necessarily accurate. Although he is not unusual in this regard when it comes to elected officials. He is in the sense that he has exploited this ability way beyond any other politician, at least in my lifetime, that I can recall.
Right. And the deal that they are trying to get, how is this different than what Obama did? I mean, he trashed the Obama deal.
But it was Obama, so it was wrong. It's his and it's right. This gets back to yesterday where I got yelled at for making a comparison that I promised I would never make again about how when Biden finally proposed locking up the border, it was bad, but then after the president came in, I know it's not the exact same program, it was good. And so here we go with the, he's really got it in for Obama. He really dislikes Obama. Obama's past tense. Trump is current. He doesn't have to worry about what Obama did, or what Bill Clinton did, or what Jimmy Carter did. Those people are no longer in charge. And I don't know why he obsesses with this stuff to the degree that he does.
Yeah, there are multiple good articles today. Yes, I'm reading one. I read one earlier today from the Financial Review. Literally, the title said, Trump's Iran deal looks a bit like Obama's. I mean, not just you, Gary. A lot of people are noticing this, included that, the moratorium, I guess, on the nukes is only going to be about 10, 15 years max. But again, he said that they will never be able to produce a nuke. Now we're giving them time, but then after that, they are allowed to enrich to a level where they actually can use it for to arm a nuclear head. Also, it's releasing a bunch of cash to Iran. Like we heard so much of that planes were full of cash leaving the banks of Maryland, Virginia, which is not true, by the way, because we paid them in Swiss francs, not U.S. dollars. Anyone can check that. So banks were not getting emptied in the tri-state area to send billions of dollars to Iran.
Well, I saw pictures of pallets of cash.
Yeah, right, but it was not the cash held at U.S. banks like the president said.
It probably was AI generated also.
Yeah, you saw it on the internet. But it was, the payment was made in U.S. in Swiss francs. So we're going to now end up, giving them the stuff that the president made fun of Obama for doing, for giving them their money back. I don't know where the money that we're going to give them now, what those frozen assets for. But it's the same thing. But it's the ultimate thing that the ultimate kind of scenario that, nothing says that we lost this. More than this. We went 180 degrees we went there, we won the first day, the regime change, it didn't happen. The torture of the Iranian people. Sorry, Alan, I know we were very hopeful in the beginning that it's going to be liberation to the Iranian people. You don't see anyone talk about the poor Iranians. And, if there is any help on the way, or if there is any things in these deals, written in the deals that that the Iranian regime has to stop.
They are collateral damage.
Yes.
Because the reality is, when this war ends, if there's no regime change, and the chances of there being a regime change are very dim, I think is what you're saying, and I would agree.
That's right.
It's going to be
execution time for all those people who we encouraged. Our government encouraged them. Now, they may not have needed our encouragement, but our government encouraged them to take to the streets. We encourage them to do so. So let's just remember that if in fact, and I hope I'm wrong, that mass executions occur and mass incarcerations occur because people simply went to the streets to protest the regime. We have some culpability in what happens to them as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not going to be long. I think I just got a notification that I think we're just launching some new attacks in Iran. But the idea that gas prices are going down anytime soon, like you said this a few days ago, Gary, that when they go up like a rocket. When they fall like a feather. Summer driving season is coming. Don't expect gas to be, even if the war ends, even whatever. It's going to be a slow, going down. And I'm just amazed at, my God, how much they are willing to tolerate the pain in order to see, it's not even a pain for the stuff that the president say. Are you willing to tolerate a nuclear Iran? Well, we are going to end up with a nuclear Iran based on this deal, whether it's in 10 years or 15 years from now. It's just a matter of kicking the can down the road. It's not eliminating that threat. I'm going to let others speak, Gary. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Monsef. We'll now go to Daryl, followed by David.
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, well, I just got to ask. So I'm going to ask for some latitude here. I want to talk about, and I'm going to tie this to fuel. So before the UAE OPEC, they had issued, their finance minister had issued a dire warning saying that, hey, if we don't start getting some of this oil out here, we may actually have to start selling oil in Chinese, in yuan, RMB. And so what we're doing right now is we're setting up currency swap lines for the UAE. And this is really only done in times of emergency, like in 2008 with the crisis, 2020 with COVID. Because what happens is if they start selling oil in Chinese RMB, they don't need to hold all those treasury notes, the they don't need to hold American dollars. So this is a precedent. Scott actually went in, he spoke before, I think, the Senate last week about this, and we're setting up currency swap lines to aid with liquidity. The problem is, though, that China has started prepaying Iran for oil. And so there was this thing that we're going to starve Iran, and we're going to basically break them economically, and we're going to starve them. But China started prepaying for oil. Iran's sitting on about $40 billion in its central bank, and so the idea possibly that another OPEC company, I don't know if you saw yesterday, Saudi Arabia is kicking everybody out. If another OPEC country decides, hey, with this threat, now it could just be a threat. If they start threatening, hey, if we can't get through Hormuz, we're going to start making our own deals with China, and we're going to start making our deals in Chinese money. What will happen is you'll see that these countries don't need to hold American dollars because they're now trading oil and other things. And economically, what's going to happen is the American dollar is going to become less valuable because countries don't need to hold it. And what would happen with our debt? You'll see countries say, we don't need to hold these treasuries anymore because we're not, collecting. We're selling money outside of the petrodollar system. So we don't need these dollars. You'll see massive inflation. You will see massive inflation. And I think we're talking about gas. We're talking about gas prices. But this ties into so many other things, right? It ties into interest rates, right? Not just interest rates on mortgages, but just interest rates if you need to go and finance a car, if you know, your credit card, all these other things that can be devastating for our economy. And the idea that we're possibly setting up a swap line, currency swap line for the UAE is something we really need to take seriously. The idea that China is pre-buying oil or paying for oil that they haven't even acquired yet from Iran just to hold up Iran, it kind of feels like there's an economic alliance that's building against this country, and it's not just about the price of gas. It's about how all of these things will impact us. You know, you're going to see prices going up in the supermarkets, prices at restaurants. Prices are just going to start to go up. And someone said something earlier. What was it Monsef said? Monsef said something really, really brilliant, but I lost it. That's all I wanted to say. We need to start thinking about not just the price of, you know, the cost at the pump, but what is happening globally, economically. And the UAE leaving OPEC is not a good sign for the future of the American dollar. That's all I want to say.
Thank you for that, Daryl. Shane, we've been trying to invite you up, and Francine also, but it's not working. I know you were up once. Maybe if you leave the room and come back and try again, we'll be able to bring you up. It's a technical issue. Monsef mentioned about he could just got an alert about attacks. I've got that information for you. U.S. forces, this is according to the U.S. Central Command, targeted Iranian military facilities they say were responsible for launching a series of unprovoked missile, drone, and small boat attacks against American warships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting, given the fact that they denied that our ships were under attack. Just want to point that out.
I remember now, Dan. I remember. What you had said earlier about the CIA and that memo that dropped earlier. You know, Chuck Schumer said something a couple of months back. He said, don't mess with the intelligence agencies because they can screw you 6 ways to Sunday. And no matter how powerful you think you are, leave the intelligence agencies alone. And I think this is the intelligence agencies flexing their muscle. Just a little.
We don't know whether that leak came from the White House or the intelligence agencies. Both are possible. Let me go back to what CENTCOM said. I'm going to quote from their press release. U.S. forces intercepted unprovoked Iranian attacks and responded with self-defense strikes as U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz to the Gulf of Oman on May the 7th. That's today. CENTCOM says that the Iranian facilities targeted include, quote, missile and drone launch sites, command and control locations, and intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance nodes. So supposedly the strikes were carried out at multiple locations. So what this means, is this like a one-off? Or are we back at it? I don't know. If we're back at it, does that mean that the ceasefire has ended? Does that mean that the clock starts ticking again? Even though it probably always was, but the president claimed that the clock stopped ticking on the War Powers Act? Does that mean that he has to go now before Congress for authorization? Will he go before Congress for authorization? I don't know the answer to any of these questions, to be honest with you. Thank you for that, Daryl. David, followed by Ching.
Hey, Gary. Fantastic discussion, by the way. I think that we're headed for a cliff of sorts with this oil. I think that our Arab allies know that the Iranians can control the game here. Recall they're going back and forth with regard to letting us use their airspace. I'm referring to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. They're obviously very concerned about the protections that we need to provide for them. The UAE, as was mentioned, is going alone on the OPEC game now. But Iran has a history of handling these issues. They have a history of, I heard an argument here that they can just start burning their oil fields and start shutting them down and waiting us out. There's all kinds of ways that they could play this. So the fact that we're trying to blockade them is great, but if they can wait it out and the rest of the world starts to suffer, I'm hearing it argued right now, Gary, that even though we have a lot of oil, we can't transport fuel when we fly somewhere else. So airline companies are at the mercy of wherever it is they're flying to make sure they can refuel. So who's going to want to get on a plane and go to a middle economy country like Vietnam or Thailand, where they could potentially be out of fuel and you're sandbagged in a country waiting this out? So, the poorer nations of the world, obviously, we don't give a damn about because, they can just suffer and white knuckle it and deal with it in their own way. But this is going to trickle to our first world allies in Japan and Vietnam. And, these are going to have unknown consequences on the stock market, on the international markets, on our bond market. It's already
once I canceled my credit card, but it's pain in the butt, you know. When you cancel a credit card, you know, right? Sometimes, you know, your utility is going to the credit card and deduct automatically. Now you have to, you know, like call all the companies, you know, to tell them the new card. So it's kind of a tedious and senseless work. Yeah. So is your title is are we at the fuel cost tipping point? And I hear Gary said you hope so. I deeply doubt it is at the tipping point. It's gonna go high, maybe go low a little bit. Yeah. So I think it's not tipping point. Okay, I'm done talking.
Thank you, Ching. Appreciate that. Ching, Monsef mentioned that at $100, I don't know whether he said a week or a month, in China, people can live pretty well. Is the Chinese economy similar to that of Vietnam and Bangladesh, that it doesn't take much in U.S. dollars to satisfy the economic needs of them?
Well, I don't think you can compare to Bangladesh. I think China's price is going higher and higher, and it is the low price is like a street food, very yummy street food. I can eat lunch every day for $3. $3. Yeah. So I convert when I was in China, it was like $1 equals 7 Chinese yuan. So a really yummy bowl of soup is less than 30 yuan. So you figure, you know, that is what I'm counting Chinese. Yeah, that's like $4, you know. And but the other thing is high, you know, like a high end, they import lots of stuff. Like Chinese people like to use a brand name, and that's like ridiculously higher than US, you know. So it is people who are very well-to-do. They like to show off their status by dress, brand name shirts, outfits, and then carry brand name bags, and wearing, you know, tons of jewelries. And there's I don't know the percentage of how many wealthy people, and then you have very bottom class, and they probably can only afford to cook their own meal at home, not even go out for spending 30 yuan a meal, you know. So yeah, and speaking of their salary, retirement salary is much higher now. About 15 years ago, my mom was retired, and her monthly stipend was 2,000 yuan. So you figure, yeah, not even $400. But today, people's retirement salary can go between 5,000 to 10,000, depending on your work, your class. You know, if you are communist, long communist people, members, like my father was communist since he was 15. So they all passed away, my mom and father, so I can talk about their money thing. And my father has very high salary because he's an old communist person. Therefore, he and his wife, they can afford to hire 2 nannies. Now, that is talking about low labor in US. I can't even hire someone come to me for 3 hours a day, you know, when I have surgery. So that is a difference in China. You can feel really, you can get help if you have money, reasonable amount of money. We're not talking about a lot of money. Yeah. So I'm done.
Thank you for that, Ching. So it's probably a mixed bag. It wasn't quite as simplistic as maybe suggested. Thank you. Yes. I guess you're going to get the last word.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, you always host a really enlightening program, and I really appreciate the way you run your rooms. I just want to give you your flowers. So yes, I'm saying yes to that, but I'm not sure what the true tipping point is, and I think it's different for each person, right? And so for me personally, no, it has not affected me, grace of God, right? However, I volunteer at a senior center here, and I'm in a small rural town on the coast of California, and so the price of gas is high, and definitely our truckers are complaining about, $7 diesel, things like that, are affecting, if they're not affecting yet, they will be affecting prices of food. And so where I'm going with this at the senior center, we have volunteers that do delivery of food. We have a meal program that do delivery of food.
I did that in Detroit a lot, Meals on Wheels.
Oh, yay! Ours is called Meals That Connect, and we do have meals in different towns nearby. And so the volunteers, most all of them are retired, number one. And so most retired people are on fixed incomes, some getting more than others depending on pensions and so forth. But they have begun that little chatter of it's really dipping into my costs, although they are eligible for mileage reimbursement, but not at the rate that the gas is going up, right? And most of them have chosen not to take that mileage reimbursement because they've been able to do this. However, now they're saying, well, I have to start tapping into that reimbursement. And by tapping into that reimbursement, it does affect the bottom line of the meal program because, of course, the meal program is relying on that they're not going to tap into the reimbursement, which helps put money in the pot to keep the program going. So when the title of the question is, that tipping point, again, I'm going to say that tipping point is different for each person. And just think about our volunteers like you, Gary, and others that may not be able down to our seniors that only get that visit from one person each day. And I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about. So I'll leave it there. Thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, when I was doing Meals on Wheels, I was not retired, but there were a lot of retirees doing that. And I'm hoping that that's a good question. Maybe I should check with some of the Meals on Wheels programs whether they have volunteers dropping out because they can't afford the gasoline. That's an excellent point. This is what I love about our get-togethers. People bring up things that I've never thought of before. And that's one very much well worth looking into. Thank you, Pat. Matza, if you're back, go ahead. Maybe you get the last one.
No, I just wanted to, clarify what said about the wages in Southeast minimum wage, and this is a monthly salary. As of 2018, it was $72 a month. They had an increase in 2024, and now it's $113 a month. I would say that that's why big companies are going out there to manufacture, especially clothing items and stuff. China used to be in that bag a while back. They still have a big swath of the population that gets lower salaries, but they have, as you know, the clothing manufacturing companies have moved out of China. They diversified. Now they go into Vietnam, Bangladesh, all that. One, because China is moving up in the world. They have a middle class that is expanding, like Ching said. They have a middle class that's growing very fast. They still have a lower class that she said. For example, people that can afford nannies. Well, those nannies are not making a lot of money. So, the numbers are out there. So I'm just saying, if there is, a group of laborers that can work for you for $113 a month, it wouldn't make sense to produce the same stuff in West Virginia and have to pay someone $1,200 a month. The same articles that would be produced would be worth a whole lot more if you sell them that way. That's all. But the low wages in Southeast Asia is a reality. We're still, it's still out there, and a lot of Western companies are taking advantage of that. That's all.
Thank you, Masa. Folks, there's some more breaking news that has to do with tariffs. It looks like the president's tariff program may be in jeopardy. If you go to the chat, which is linked above, I have linked to a story there about that. And also, I just want to remind everybody that we're going to be playing around with a live event twice this weekend. Saturday night at midnight New York time and Sunday night at midnight New York time on Substack. This is not to replace Clubhouse. It's just an augmentation of what we do here using a completely different format. But we thought it would be interesting to play around with it. So that's also linked to in the chat where it says main chat above. So you can subscribe to my Substack. That way you will be notified whenever we go live on Substack or when I decide to post something on Substack, which I think that you might be interested in. Folks, we are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out. Mike.
much you want, and I bet that any one of you have more money than I have. So what? It makes you more clever than me because you have money in your pocket. That's just show how dummy you are.
So the question remains, Amos, what side are you on? Whose side are you on? On this side of the war? Are you on the Iran side?
You talk about Iran war, Israel war.
Yes, right now, there's breaking news. Right now, we have breaking news that Israel has their jets up, flying to Iran to hit them. We know that the UAE has hit them a few hours ago, and that I think Iran is retaliating towards Israel. So question, what side are you on?
To be honest, everybody happy that they take right now. Even leftists like me support any war because any agreement American will come with the Iranians is not good to Israel. Not right now. If they would come to agreement, it's like better for the American people and for all over the world that it's the worst for Israel. All the profession says that right now to make agreement is not good. That's what I tell you what I see from the news. That's all.
Can I ask you a question, Amos? And what is it that you're afraid of that is going to be bad for Israel? And I'd like to respond when you're done answering.
Yeah, and I'm still a little confused about this. Any negotiations that America makes will be bad for Israel.
Yeah, American cannot come to any good. In every point you look about Israel from the 7th of October. You look in Gaza, you look in the West Bank, you look in Lebanon, even in so I think a little bit. What I heard from the CIA that they have 30% they destroyed of what the weapon they had against Israel. Hezbollah state, the Hamas state, the Putin state. So what? So what Israel had for this war? Nothing. They have the same like in the 6th of October. Nothing. But it's true that also Australian government that you support bring Israel to this awful situation.
All right, I got you. I get your concerns, Amos, definitely. I do understand your concerns. But the negative, let me tell you, let me speak. Please listen. The negative image that Israel is getting right now is coming from a corner, which is the country, my country, that right now you're attacking the regime of. So when you take out the person that's spreading misinformation and propaganda, that's going to have a big difference. And you will have 90 million Iranians being thankful of Israel and America. And believe me, once they get their internet back, they're going to be thanking you guys. They're going to be on your side, and we can live in peace together, Amos. Iran and Israel.
Okay, let me respond. A little bit, maybe you're Persian, and I'm Israeli, but a little bit I understand politics in Iran. There is no politics. There is the regime. The Shia regime, the fanatic Shia. They know only them, and they spoke, not here, even they spoke in the other, the Hamas people in Armenia, they spoke about, they don't talk, they kill. The only language they understand is violence. And right now, we couldn't in 82 change the parliament in Lebanon, and we have the best parliament, the best ever Lebanon had the parliament, and good for Israel is today. But they can't do anything. But on the surface, the people, so many million Iranians maybe even support Israel, but they can do nothing. Nothing against the regime. So what is worse? The regime will keep on building the Hezbollah and build the Hamas back and build all the power against Israel. And so, well, what we can? And so United States we'll make agreement that maybe in 15, 20 years, they will put Iran, one of the nuclear weapon out of Iran, yes? In the meantime, they will build how many bombs they can build in 10, 20, 15 years without they know secretly under the ground what they did, everything till today. They're cheating you. They're cheating the Americans from the beginning. And even leftists like me support the war today, support that they have to keep on fighting against the Iranians.
Yeah, that's true. Even a lot of Iranian leftists support that right now. So the reason that the leftists that are also supportive of the former Shah of Iran are supporting that is because they know that they will be rising up again and they will be taking over they will take their country back again. So right now, not right now, of course, because there's bombs dropping everywhere, and they've given the order to be safe and don't go out there. But it will be the Iranian people that will do the hard work and take down the regime, so that we can just live in peace in the Middle East for once again. After 47 years?
Come tomorrow. We talk tomorrow in my room. It is a better room to speak here. You have only Jewish Kanis here. Like El Moro, like Harry, like Rafi, like Kapara, all the Kanis here.
Hey, give me a second.
It's more anus.
Okay, anus, Amos, whichever way you prefer. Hey, there's a douchebag down at the bottom. He goes by Ali. Can you invite the douchebag to come up here because he's disputing what Glow is saying. So thank you, douchebag. Welcome, douchebag.
I'm not gonna fight with you. I don't have energy for it today, dude.
Hey, you fucking.
I'm just listening to you guys.
Why? Hold on. Ali, your couples, hold on, Tilo, hold on. Your cockholster's are fucking working that keyboard. Hey, your cockholster's working that fucking keyboard, so you got energy to fucking say something. Come on up. What do you got to fight, keyboard warrior? Come on.
I just got a burst of energy, Ali. Why are you sad?
No, Glo, it's really hard to talk with you guys.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Ali just got done fucking a goat, so...
Ali,
you out of here or what?
Ali, hold on, let me speak to Ali.
Yes,
Ali,
sir. Yes, sir.
Welcome to the room. It's a new room, new topic. So, as of a few hours ago, the UAE has hit Iran, and now Israel jets are in the air going towards Iran. What side are you on?
I'm in the side of my own country, for sure.
So, you're on the side of the Islamic regime?
Iran, not regime, Iran country.
Are you against the mullahs?
Yeah, I'm against mullahs, but I'm with my country. With 100% of Iranians who are against war.
And how many of them are against war?
And he calls me a liar every time, son of a bitch.
How many are against the war? What's the percentage?
Hello, first of all, I'm not your son. I'm 100% right
now. No, I was talking about your bitch.
Everybody in Iran is against the war.
Hey, Ali, you're her bitch. Get it correct. You're not her son, you're her bitch.
Be careful before I marry your father to become your stepfather and then disown you, bitch.
Disown you, bitch.
Hold on, guys. Let's go one at a time. So Ali.
Rafi, you're
not excited that your people are going to be finally free?
No, we're gonna be free by our own,
You couldn't be free. Yeah, hold up. You guys couldn't do it by 47 years. How many more years? You know what you remind me of? You remind me of terrorists. That hate Jews and say, "Watch, we're gonna do it. We're gonna kill you this time. This time we're gonna do this and that." Not always ask them. This is an interesting question. I asked him, do you have a father? Ali, do you have a father?
Yeah, I have.
You have a grandfather?
Yes, sir.
Do you love your grandfather and father? This is the exact same question I asked them.
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing. So you love your father and grandfather, but you know your father and grandfather are losers. Because they lost the country, they haven't won one war. As Islamists, they're again losers because a country like Israel, however many times you've attacked it, right, with all your Islamic brothers and sisters, whatever you want to say, you guys lost like losers. The smallest country that is the
you're talking about. They're talking about.
Assalamu alaikum.
Malaikum salam, brother. We'll get to you too in a second.
There is a Muslim in the house, so you better watch your mouth.
I understand. It's okay. You Muslims stopped scaring me many years ago. So trust me, you're speaking to the wrong unapologetic Jew. But let's get you talking to Ali.
I think you're fucking booty.
Happy
Like
one
the
second.
bitch you are.
I just want to talk to this.
Rafi. There's Iran's exception. Okay, Iran is the land of lions, dude. There is zero chance for you. There's zero chance for you to win this war.
Where's your lion on your flag? Where's the sun and lion on your flag? I don't see you representing the sun and lion.
They don't have it. It's our
Where
flag.
is it?
Dude,
Where
I
is
love
that
my
flag?
But what?
Change it. Show me you love it. Change your PTR for it. But put it inside a heart. Show me you need it.
Rafi, if you want me to enter the room and talk to you, you need to be rational, okay?
I'm very rational.
Let me talk.
Why did I tell you that is not true?
Or otherwise, I would prefer to be when you guys gonna be quiet to talk to each other.
Nobody is holding you as hostage. Okay? I asked you, what did I say that is wrong?
You're free, man. And we are beginning to...
But I understand, but what did I say that is wrong?
I think your father and grandfather is stupid, not mine. The first wrong thing you said is this.
I never said they're stupid.
Second.
I never said your father and grandfather.
You said loser. So.
My father and grandfather are winners. They made sure to protect Israel and prosper on that land.
I don't know. Just go and look at history. Iranians are fucking brave people. You never can just win against Iran. Fucking impossible.
You know how brave they are? That they're so brave that
impossible.
That small little country, you had to come and save the day. That's how brave they are.
You know how fucking brave they are? The brave Iranian men fucking flee the country because they're too pussy to fucking fight. That's what it is.
They
go to Canada, they go to Europe, because they don't like the fact that they have to listen to the fucking Khamenei. So they go to the western side because they want to actually have a life. And then next thing you know, they probably get fucked by a gay dude, and they liked it. And they know they can't go back because the mullahs would fucking kill them because it's against their fucking religion. And then guess what? Ali, I'm going to learn you something today. You take that top lip of yours and that lip of yours and you put them together, that's called shutting the fuck up. So let's try it out. Put that top lip and that bottom lip, put it together.
Okay, just the real fact.
What's the real fact?
Throughout the whole history of the humanity, Iran is the greatest superpower ever humanity saw.
Apparently not, because listen, in 60 plus days, America and Israel has completely destroyed your fucking Air Force.
Ali, I don't know how
Iran is the greatest superpower throughout the history.
Ali.
We used to be great. You fucked it up.
Hold on, I'll get to you in a second, Spaghetti Lights. Ali, how great can they be that they lost their leader in the first half an hour of the war? Because many countries got attacked. Many countries in this, till modern days got attacked, but they never lost their leader. Their leader, even fucking Sinwar, that fucking rat, was able to hide in a tunnel for a few months of the war before he got killed. Your great country, allowed your greatest leader The greatest country allowed the great leader to die in the first 30.
Rafi, very soon you're gonna see the result of it. Very
No,
soon.
we won't.
Very soon.
No, you won't. That's all the RBC fucking says.
I hope that
I've been hearing
I
that
hope
my
that
people are gonna get killed very soon.
we can come here.
Guys, come on. You're very well.
Come on, Squiggly Line. What do you guys say, Squiggly Line? Come on, Squiggly Line.
Is there a term or something or something? Come on, people. Come on. Well, who are we attacking?
What's up?
Are we attacking the people or are we attacking the leaders of that people?
Iran never loses anything.
They lost the greatest.
Not war, not in war.
And it's fine. Even America, they lost their Biden leader.
I mean, they lost Biden. Biden is alive.
By the way,
You see that great gentleman in Harry's PTR? That gentleman right there? They tried to kill him three. Hold on. You know how you know you have a great country? When the person tried to kill him 3 times, and the great country has a great military and special forces that were able to protect this great man. And do you know why he's still alive? Because Allah wants him alive. See, Allah didn't want your leader to be alive. Allah decided to end his...
Who's Allah? I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, Allah is, really. The one that apparently prays to Muhammad. Apparently Muhammad said that Allah prays to him. You know that one? Did you know that Muhammad prays to Allah? Huh? He's the God, yes. He's the God. He's the God that prays to Muhammad.
Rafi.
The same God is based to Musa?
No, it's a God that prays to Muhammad.
No, come on.
See, Rafi, I think it's funny that
Hold on. I'm gonna need Rich. No, it's the God that has this verse in the Quran. Hold on.
Oh, it's in the Hadith.
Now.
Yeah. Hold on, it's in the Hadith, and there's 2 separate Hadiths. There's 2 separate. Hold on, you Shadamutta, shut your fucking jahil up. There's 2 separate. Jahil Shadamutta. Shadamutta. So there's 2 different separate Hadiths. Move this jahil down. All right, yalla habibi, yalla Raj Zalaman, yalla. Yeah, go to the sex swing.
Hold on.
Alright, yalla habibi.
We're telling you which God. I'm gonna give you a
You're gonna get fucked by Allah in Jahannam.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute him. Go, say the thing.
So there's two separate hadiths. One says one hadith says that Allah prays to Muhammad, and the other says that he prays for Muhammad. I don't have the actual verses on me.
See, Squiggly Line and Ollie act like this because they think it's okay to fuck little kids. You know, that's why they're so fucking stupid, because they don't like to fuck kids.
Yeah, I mean, Ayatollah was known for fucking kids and fucking men, just like him and his son.
Yeah, he's also in the Epstein files. Rafi, I have another question, man. I don't want to talk about this subject. Do you know Hebrew? Do you know Hebrew?
Can't. What would you like to know?
Ken means yes, just so you know.
There's a song I really
means no. Like
okay, there's I really like it. Okay, I'm just replicating it, and you tell me if I'm wrong or right pronouncing things. Okay. I really
Is it in the Tanakh or is it in the Talmud?
No, it's one of Infected Mushroom Sounds. I really like that group. You know, I really love them. I've been to their concerts also. I really love them. Actually, in Iran, we really love this band. Schacht, Limal Acht, Sheikart, Oti Lenev. Am I right till now?
You're right.
Those things. What does it says?
It says Israel's coming with its big cock to free the Iranian people.
Come on.
It's coming with a circumcised dick this time. That's what it's saying.
Yeah, right.
Serious.
Yeah.
Just remember, Allah loves the Jews. Cyrus loved the Jews. And we're going to prevail, because he who fights in the name of Allah shall surely prevail. Obviously, if you look at the 6-Day War, If you look at 48, the Balfour Declaration, and if you look at like just all throughout history and shit, especially the last like 150 years, the Jews have always won. Every time they went up against somebody, they stomped the fucking goalposts in their ass. So obviously Allah loves the Yehudis.
They never learn. They never learn.
Yeah, you don't fight with Allah. Or Allah will take a 20-foot tall fucking Tomahawk cruise missile that looks like a fucking telephone pole and shove it through the top of your fucking forehead like he did
Ali, let me ask you a different question. But
Rafi, I'm bored talking about war, man. I'm bored of this shit. We can talk about something else.
it is, Ali, I do agree with you. This is boring.
That's because he loses. Ali just like got war because he always fucking loses.
Ali, let me ask. Hold on a second. I have a question for Ali, actually. Ali, did you hear that the American government? Yeah, Ali, hold on. Ali, hold on. Did you see that the United States government? This isn't about Islam or Iran. Did you see that the United States registered a website called aliens.gov?
No. What's it about?
Yeah. The federal government of the United States registered a domain name on the internet, and it's called aliens.gov.government, which means it's an official government website. They haven't released anything on it, but they just started it back about a month and a half ago.
Okay, so what?
Do you think there's aliens?
Yeah, I think there are aliens for sure. If the humanity exists on the planet Earth, there is as much as probability as aliens to exist in the world. Do you know?
Yep.
Do you know how the life started over planet Earth? Do you have the scientific reason of it?
Oh, the scientific or the theological?
No, scientific. Fuck theology.
Scientific. Oh, scientifically, yeah, a bunch of fucking meteorites. Well, technically, it would be not meteorites. They would be asteroids because they collided with the Earth. Meteor crater. So no, the way you remember it is you remember meteor crater, which meteor means that it struck Earth. Asteroid means it didn't actually strike. So yeah, like a giant meteor fucking smashed into the Earth and brought like water and ice and all kinds of other shit and stuff to the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, there were an initiated cell on the planet Earth that it had the ability to mutation. So afterwards, the life started over the planet Earth. So it was actually a probability of 1/trillion. You know. So,
yep. Yeah, you know what the number is from Nottingham University is that they estimate on average for each galaxy. This is on average because the Milky Way galaxy has about 400 billion stars. But so on average, there's 200 billion stars on average for each galaxy, and then there's 1.6 planets on average for each 2 trillion galaxies, and then there's 1.6, which is 4 octillion. Stars, and there's 1.6 planets on average for each star, which is 6.4 octillion planets in the known universe.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know the oldest country and oldest nation in the whole universe is Iran? So it's really hard to erase Iranian civilian.
But hold on, Ali. You know Iran is fighting a nation in modern day, the only nation that hasn't lost one war. So aren't you happy that Iran is right now getting freed by a country that has never lost a war yet?
Yep, that's true.
So aren't you
even when they technically fought a war against the United States when they attacked a U.S. fucking naval ship, yeah,
so
they even won that too.
Aren't you
when they were a backstabbing piece of shit?
That Iran, a country that never, basically in history, what you're saying was a great country, that you did use the word was. My question is that in today's modern day, there's a country like Israel that is going to be helping Iran, the people that has never lost the war. Isn't that amazing?
And America helping you to help us, right?
Sure. Isn't that like a double win? Like, doesn't that kind of guarantee you that they're going to win? If it's America and Israel, two countries that usually never lose. Doesn't that kind of tell you something like, wow, there's a chance for my people to be finally free?
Rafi, do you think that Israel could do it only by itself without the help?
No, I don't know if it could. I've never seen them do it by themselves because right now they're doing it in joint operation. And what I'm hearing right now also, we have another lovely country that is going to start helping us. It's called the UAE. So now we're going to give a UAE.
Wait, Rafi, what are you cooking? Pork chops?
I'm marinating beef right now for the weekend.
You're cooking pork chops. Don't lie.
No.
Who told me ahlan wa sahlan?
So aren't you happy, Ali?
It's none of my business. I'm just waiting for the result. And
you gotta grill some onions and some mushrooms if you're gonna cook those pork chops, and then bathe them in butter, saute them in butter, some garlic. It's really.
So
I like getting the pork chops though, not the thin ones.
You see, when they went into war, I knew this was going to be a victory because I know the countries that are fighting. I know Iran that is fighting, and I know a country like Israel that hasn't ever lost a war yet since the existence of it. So, I think they're on a good track record.
Phoebe, if you're saying you don't eat pork for like health reasons because you find it to be disgusting, I get that. But if you're just like relying on, I was raised in a Muslim country, well, I mean, technically you kind of were. But if you're just that, I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. You're an atheist. You should eat pork chops. They're delicious.
Guys, you talk yourself. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. You do that.
That's probably like Cheeto. May I ask a question from Ali, Father?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hey guys, Rafi, Father, Harry, Moshe, Steffi, Shuni, and Mr. Ali. Okay, Ali, which resolve make you say, okay, I want to waiting for the resolve. Okay, good. Which resolve make you happy?
You asking serious though?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
The result that in which Iran remains a sovereign country, which will happen at the end, actually, So,
what that means?
Means Iran remains a sovereign country without getting any United States influence, because instead of United States, Iran should be the only superpower. Iran should be the only superpower.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. You would have wanted Iran to be free like Israel in the Middle East?
No, not like Israel, not like United States, even better than them. I want
better. Is it better right now? The way Iran has it, is it better right now?
Yeah, by culture, history, Iran deserves to be the only superpower in this world. Not Israel, not United States, just us.
Correct. And who's gonna run your war?
Me, I'm gonna run. The people of Iran.
The people on.
Rafi, can I ask a genuine question, which I know is going to be misconstrued as trolling, but it's this is honestly my opinion. I've been. I guess I
can I go first, Rich? Can I go first?
Well, real quick. It's like 2 seconds. Oh God, he's gonna make a joke.
So, okay, Ali, I got a question. You said you don't want Israel, or you don't want Iran to be like Israel or America. But then can you explain to me why it shouldn't? Because the wrestler that was hanged, a kid in college, was hanged. Is that okay? Do you want that for your countrymen and women to come back?
No, he's just saying, Steffi, he wants it to be like it was before the revolt, before the Ayatollah and before they took over. That's all he's saying.
No, I don't know. I don't really think he's going that direction. I don't think he's going that direction. I don't think he's going that direction.
That is like the times of Cyrus the Great, that we were helping Jews, Muslims, the others, everybody. There were no Muslims that day. But whatever, Iran should be greater than combined US and Israel. So that's the thing I want, okay? because this is what Iran deserves.
Do you think Iran could be as great as you
Oh my
want it
God,
to
I
be
was going to ask the question.
under the current regime that they are under? Do you think Iran could be this
No, he
great?
doesn't think.
No,
he
with
doesn't like
current
the current
regime, it's kind of impossible. But with the current people of Iran, yeah, possible. Why not? You know, Iranian people are
The
brave.
people, not the IRGC, not the Ayatollahs, right?
Yeah, exactly. People.
Okay, cool. We already answered all that. Okay, so Rafi, the genuine question here: is it out of the realm, not possibility, but like, can you at least understand from a person like Ali's position that he doesn't want foreign influence like the United States or Israel? Because we all know that once the United States and Israel gets in there, they're gonna put some puppet in. They're gonna fucking strip all the fucking mineral rights out. They're gonna strip all the fucking oil and gas out. They're just gonna fucking wreak havoc all over the fucking country. And then the second that fucking leader gets out of line like Saddam does and shit, they're gonna reinvade the country and fucking topple the entire country and cause another fucking uprising and a revolt and an overthrowing of the fucking political system. Like, I kind of get that. I mean, we've done that. It's kind of our playbook. We're going to go in and we're going to strip their entire fucking country, you know, where, you know, they're going to be fucking losing their shit. And like I said, the second their leader gets out of fucking, you know, gets out of line, we'll fucking hit him with a fucking Tomahawk cruise missile. Even though we'll swear up and down for 10, 15 years that he was the greatest fucking leader and we love him and we appointed him. I mean, we did it with Saddam. I mean, is it not a good point to take that into consideration? That Ali doesn't want the U.S. and Israel running his country?
Mitch, I can acknowledge, I can understand that. I can understand that. But
Apprehensive. That's the word I was looking for. Sorry.
I can understand your concept of that, and I can see what he's saying. But I don't think Ali is really in that narrative. Because
Ali, do you agree with what I just said, Ali?
Yeah, sound totally.
Yeah, there you go. Because I'm tracking what he's saying. And I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying.
No, thank you.
Yeah, but
Here's the thing, like, check this out, Seppi. If Japan and South Korea were coming in and they were trying to overthrow our government, and we know that Japan and China, say, like some fucking hypothetical parallel universe, Japan and China team up and they come in and they're like, oh, Trump's radical, he's psycho, he's gonna launch fucking nukes at us and shit, and they come in, would you want fucking Japan and China and Russia to come in and overthrow our entire government and then put somebody that they fucking approve of? Because they're going to steal all our resources.
That's a hypothetical.
Yeah, but it's the same thing that's going on there.
I understand it, but unfortunately, the reality of it is, see, if the regime, the IRGC, actually cared about the people,
I'm not saying they don't. Yeah, I'm not saying they do.
I know.
I'm not making that claim. I know they're a bunch of pieces of shit goat fuckers.
Yeah,
I think Ali agrees with that as well. Yeah, Ali doesn't like. Well, here's the thing. Ali doesn't like the mullahs, from what I'm following. He doesn't like the mullahs. He doesn't like the fucking IRGC. But he also doesn't want the United States and Israel to come in and rule the fucking country for the next 100 years and destabilize it anytime they fucking want.
But they have accepted it. Listen, this is on them because they've accepted it, and now, unfortunately, America, Israel, and others are coming in to fix this. And unfortunately, there's a price to fucking pay for service.
No, I get that. Moshe, you were giving a thumbs down. Moshe, you were giving a thumbs down for me. If the United States and fucking France and Germany decided they were going to invade Israel and say that fucking Bibi Netanyahu is tyrannical and he's a psychopath and he's going to like cause World War III, and we go in and overthrow the government in Israel, and then we decide that we're going to appoint somebody that we like, would you be okay with that, Moshe? Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, can I just say one thing about the IRGC? Had they been trained or had they had the leadership? Shut up, Steffi. I'm talking.
She's always drunk. You don't even have to ask that question.
Well, I had a few drinks today. But
yeah, there you
I
go.
have to say one thing.
Yeah.
So, like, look at the Messiah.
Are we talking at least?
Okay, but the reason why it was so successful is because Israel has been capable of somehow like dividing the, you know, you have the people who are in politics, you know, you
Wait, Bibi, can you mute up and shut the fuck up and allow for Rafi? I just remembered, Rafi never responded to the question that was proposed. So, Rafi, do you not understand?
Exactly.
Rafi, do you not understand?
I understand.
Hold
on.
Is the bike placed in the same
I'm
direction?
not saying that they should be doing all the fuckery they're doing or building nukes.
Hold on. I understand where you're coming with. I agree with you. But the fact is that for 47 years, the Iranian people cannot take back their country. And it took 47 fucking years for America or any other country to enter in politics that they have.
Israeli propaganda. That's Israeli propaganda. We have
Also, Rafi, hold on, move this faggot down. So, Rafi, the other thing I was going to mention is that the reality is that these Iranians are missing is the fact that all that's shut the fuck up, you camel, you fucker. You fucking balls, go to the base. So, Rafi, put him down, Ocean. All right, so Rafi, the only thing I was going to say is that the Iranians are missing the fact that all the United States is going to eventually end up doing. They're going to do one or two things. They're going to pull the fuck out, or we're going to appoint somebody just like we did in Venezuela.
Yes,
we're gonna, just like we kept the communism in Venezuela. They didn't become a free democratic constitutional republic in fucking Venezuela. It's still just as much fucking communist as it was under fucking Maduro. Now we just put that bitch in fucking charge. And the same thing's gonna end up happening in Iran. We're either gonna pull the fuck out and declare victory, or we're gonna appoint somebody who aligns with us. And then we'll kill him when he gets out of line.
So I'll tell you exactly. Okay. I'll tell you exactly what's
Yeah,
gonna
stop
happen.
emoting Iran, man. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. So I'll tell you exactly what's gonna happen. You could be correct, but whoever they appoint, Israel and America. First off, for Israel and America not to do this operation again in the near future and put the Iranian people in jeopardy and rocket fire again in the near future, which again, a war can always spark up 10, 20 years down the line. But for the next decade or the next, hopefully, outcome for them not to return back to that territory, they're going to put somebody that aligns with their interests. And if the Iranian people are serious, and if the Iranian people
go
are
get the bike and then go ahead.
And if the Iranian people are serious about that freedom, they get to take their country back by having elections, by choosing the government they want in power. If they choose another dictatorship to be in power, and they start screaming again for us to return, then they want those bomb rockets. They want.
Yeah, but Rafi, whoever we appoint, most realistically, the way the government's still going to be structured is going to be the same way it's structured right now. He's hot micing. So real quick, all I was gonna say is they're still gonna hang gays. They're still gonna hang people for free marriage. Yeah, they're still gonna hang gays. They're still gonna have capital punishment. They're not gonna hang them from fucking cranes. They're not gonna hang them from cranes, but they'll have public executions, just like Saudi Arabia used to 20 years ago, and they'll fucking cut their heads off. And the people will still be bitching and complaining because they're not going to go back to pre-78.
Listen, they're not going to.
Is it cold? Is it cold out there?
Hold on.
Yeah, he's hot mic.
Okay.
I know.
Father, you're hot mic again.
I muted him. Fuck, I had to touch my phone while I'm cutting meat. What I wanted to say, I agree with you. But in the time being, whoever they're going to elect, they're going to elect to have the same interest, to have fair elections. At one point, they're going to get their fair elections. The Iranian people could either choose to vote in the same scumbags that they had, and then the same way, or start electing presidents.
Yeah, but it's going to be a fake elections. That's the problem.
Doesn't matter.
The CIA and Mossad's going to. Well, the CIA and Mossad's going to influence it.
So then the CIA and Mossad are going to influence it in a way that they're going to have.
They're going to do the same thing they did in Crimea.
Again, they're going to do it in a way that they're not going to have to. But they never returned to Crimea.
Yeah, Crimea and Donbass. Remember when they did the elections there?
Sure.
Sorry, Iran has no future without Reza Shah. I'm sorry.
Reza Pahlavi's not going to do shit.
Yeah,
He's been living like a fat cat. He's been living like a fat cat, eating fucking Subway sandwiches and firehouse stuff. and banging hookers and fucking drinking alcohol all day. He's not gonna do shit. He's not your mighty warrior you guys are waiting on. It's not going to.
3 daughters.
Yeah.
And
And he's got 17 hookers on fucking speed dial.
It doesn't happen for no reason.
Yeah, right.
You shut the fuck up, Rich. You're not even
He's a fat cat, rich American. Honestly, here's the thing, BB. I can't wait till Reza Pahlavi gets in there and he strips your entire country's fucking, fund of fucking finance, and he takes all your fucking trillions of dollars and he puts it into his Swiss bank account, and then he takes it, puts it in his Swiss bank account, and he does the same thing that the fucking Shah did, which was to have the equivalent of $1 trillion fucking anniversary party for the fucking country, which everybody hated, and they ended up revolting, which also ended up causing the demise. No, I'm not on either one of your side. I could give a fuck less. Your whole country can burn to the fucking ground. You guys aren't going to take it back. You're a bunch of pussies. And all they're going to do is they're going to put somebody in who's a puppet fucking leader, and the second he gets out of line, we'll fucking murk him too. You guys aren't going to have a free democracy like you believe. You think that you're going to be able to just like have gay bars and strip clubs on every corner. It's not going to happen. They're still going to cut your head off, and they're still going to beat the bottom of your feet like they did to you, BB, for being at parties.
Son, you're way about Israel than you are.
If you want freedom and democracy, then move the fuck out of Iran. Don't go back. Not gonna happen. You guys are being unrealistic. You're delusional.
Okay, in January.
Yeah. Tell us about the 40,000. Nobody fucking cares, bro. Seriously, you guys got murked in the street. You're gonna get murked.
What you have to say, Rick.
The IRGC is not going anywhere. IRGC is a bunch of scumbags. They should all burn in hell, get raped by donkeys. But they're gonna rape you guys. You guys are.
This is your dream of IRGC. I think it's your dream. Okay, Rocky. In January. Okay.
Oh god, 36,500 or 35,600. Sorry.
Actually,
the way you remember it is because the last numbers after the 10,000s is a 6. So it's 35,600. It always comes off wrong. I say 36,500.
Actually, 7,000.
Well, the quote for the fucking Minister of Health on Twitter was 36,500.
So you finish?
Yeah, you guys aren't gonna do anything. You guys are a bunch of pussies. You guys have really tiny balls and tiny penises. And the only way that your women are gonna be happy is if we do invade the fucking country and then fuck all your women while we're marching through Tehran.
At this point,
No, we're not pussies. We're smart.
well, exactly.
Why should we fix something that will best
Oh yeah, when the African Americans get over there with that 10-inch package, they're gonna bang the fucking shit out of their women. They're gonna be. Hey, Steppy, do you remember in Afghanistan when all the people were hanging off the planes? That's gonna be the women when we pull out of Iran with our soldiers, our fucking Marines. The women are gonna be hanging from the planes because they're like, please don't leave with that big American dick and fucking me 20 times.
Hey, how do you say big in Arabic? How do you say big?
Well, they speak Farsi. They don't speak Arabic. They speak Farsi.
Okay, how do you say big in Farsi? How do you say big in Farsi?
Google search.
Here's to the honey.
Say big dick, BB.
By the way, Sam, if you don't know, Iranians have very big dick, you know?
No, they don't. They don't know how to use it, even if they do. All your women are unsatisfied with you guys.
Why do you think, listen, why do you think Iraqi women and Afghani women would fuck the shit out of the fucking Marines? Shit, did we say how to get government issued wheelchairs for the fucking guys?
But I have to say, like in
You're
Iran,
already lost
the
in this
women
part,
have the biggest dicks, by the way.
BB, there's not
That is accurate, BB. I'll give you that. I'll grant that. The women have the biggest dick.
BB doesn't have shit, dude. Fuck it, dude. They can fucking
I'd be more scared of the Iranian women if we have to fight them than the men. Iranian women are more courageous than you guys.
But we also love them.
You know why? Hey, you know why Iranian men's dicks? You know why they have such small dicks? Because if it's too big, they couldn't fuck the goats. Can you
a big dick when they fucking go. You know, they're killing it.
Are you related to
It's very. I can recognize from your voice, Steppy, that your dick is really.
He's half black and half white. What do you think, Ali?
Oh, Stephanie.
He's 6'5", 230 pounds.
Not bigger than
He's half black, half white. Go ahead, Ali.
I'll fuck you 4 times there, guy. I'll fuck you 4 times to give you 8 inches. I don't give a shit. I'll take your soul.
Yeah, come to you and show your dick. Come on. And balls.
The Marines are gonna fuck your women into oblivion.
No, dude, they're
gonna be euphoric.
They already
It's gonna be ecstasy.
They already fucking.
I'll take your fucking booty, guy.
Yeah, you've never met U.S. Armed Forces before. They're fucking crazy.
Get together, see eye to eye, and fucking like.
They're gonna pull gangbang trains on
and what's
your women.
right for you and
If
your
we don't
future.
do
They're gonna be 10 minutes lined up, paying it fucking.
Nut down his
Sometimes
throat.
you're the teacher. That would be very
Fucking, dude, I'll fucking nut in a condom and give you a sack.
Well, if
The Abraham Lincoln, you know, it's fucked up. So just shut up and watch. Shut up and watch how it goes.
Watch what?
What?
Watch it? What? Watch a fucking T-Moo fucking version of fucking soldiers fight?
Yeah. We fucked your Marine. We fucked your Power.
Really? Oh yeah. Yeah, you fucked up unarmed fucking Marines. Unarmed because you're too big of bitches.
Dude,
Unarmed. You know what unarmed is?
I'm very high IQ.
Bro, are you in America? Bro, dude. Bro,
Well, he's not in Iran.
Your allies in NATO.
Ali, I bet you everybody on this platform would fucking pay $1,000 to watch me beat the fuck out of you.
Yeah, just go and put the $1,000 in the poly market if you're very sure about your, argument.
You fucking, you couldn't fucking fight a fucking blanket. That's why you beat on fucking women. That's why you beat on fucking women because you can't fucking fight a man. Why do you beat on fucking women? That's why your fucking prophets, that's why your fucking Muhammad said, hey, fucking beat on fucking women. Keep them like fucking animals. Because you guys can't fucking fight me. You're fucking bitches. Fucking cowboy up, man.
He really hates Ali. I love it.
Dude, seriously, he's a little punk, dude. Join the fucking military, dude. And when my commander-in-chief sends me over there, dude, I'm gonna find you, dude, and I'm gonna skull fuck you before I kill you. I'm gonna skull fuck you. Do you know what skull fucking is? I'm gonna give you a fucking sack.
He's gonna carve your fucking eye out of your socket and he's gonna thrust his dick in your fucking.
I'm gonna mount you in front of your fucking people. I'm gonna fuck you so hard.
Yeah, you think the IRGC is scary? Wait till the Marines get there.
If you are black, I'm sorry, this conversation is not going anywhere.
I don't give a fuck. Go drink your fucking liter of alcohol, cunt.
Talk to me if you're black.
BB, Steppy says if you don't shut the fuck up, he's gonna tie you down and beat the bottom of your feet again.
Fucking Jesus.
Kendo, come up. No, Sarah got beat on her back. You got beat on the bottom of your feet.
This conflict has
Because you were hanging out in a car with some fucking boys and y'all were drinking alcohol. You just came from a house.
They get involved in a way that's not
I'll take over from here.
emotional. The thing is, it's like if it's a battle
goddamn fucking drunk here. You know why she fucking drinks? You know why she fucking drinks?
But for you, you are an outsider. You will
Because she's traumatized because nobody accepts her. The Americans don't accept her and the Iranians don't accept her.
Because she never got a fucking wheelchair.
Nobody likes her.
Boots on the ground. It's just brain enough.
Yeah. BB, I want you to do something. I want you to take your right hand, make a fist, and squeeze as hard as you can, and now take a big giant dildo and stuff it into your hand. That's what's like when I fuck my wife. She's amazing.
I just want to see the boots on the ground. I just want to see the boots on the ground.
9 3/4 inches. I did
decided
ground
that
up
the
there.
best thing for you to do was to marry a Filipino.
Yes, Filipinos are the best. They cook, they clean, they're submissive. They fucking do whatever you tell them.
Upset because nobody tells you.
Maybe this Filipino. Anyway, you know what? I'm not. fucking.
Baby, my wife used to call me when I was working at petroleum, making over $2 million a year. She would ask me for permission to buy a $10 pack of fucking underwear for my kids. And I would say, buy whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
You know what, BB does? Hey, you know why you don't? Hey, you know why you just passed up?
Unlike you Iranian
It looks like a fucking Arby's sandwich. BB gets passed up because her coochie looks like an Arby's display.
Yeah. Bunch of roast beef.
Yeah, Iranians are already fucking
fucking
Iranian girl.
No, she's getting into menopause at this age, so her labia be fucking shrinking up.
Ew, you're so disgusting. Yeah.
It's true.
Don't project on me just because.
She's upset because when she walks outside.
Yeah, tell her, baby, that pussy was good.
My wife's 38, looks illegal.
It's like what fucking Jewish woman would want to have you.
Iranians
Jewish women are ugly.
Iranians own trillions of dollars in the United States, but you own shit in my country.
No, it's so fine ass Jewish women. You bugging.
They're mid. We know your standards, kiddo.
What is it?
My standards higher than you.
No, it ain't.
But.
Oh, yes, it is.
You like the more fat, a torta.
He does not know any better.
You thought that Cuban bitch was attractive, kiddo.
Doesn't know
She was alright.
No.
And
I said she was alright.
We just proved that my standards are higher.
Outside the country, we can see.
Wait, the Cuban bitch was ugly?
We see
She
things
wasn't
more
attractive.
clearly. And it's out.
Wow, but the fucking YouTube bitch was? Get out of here.
No, I said the YouTube bitch I would fuck. I didn't say she was attractive. I said that I would grudge fuck.
And
I would break her fucking pelvis.
You a grudge fucker.
I would break her fucking pelvis.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, it parts.
Can we get back to the dumb fuck Ali?
Yeah, get back to that faggot.
Hey, how do you like the fact that your new fucking leader from the RGC is a faggot with one leg?
It's none of your business, anyways.
Can we get back to constructive conversation instead of insults?
Yeah. When you don't drink your liter of alcohol. Don't drink your liter of alcohol. Let the men talk.
Well, why don't you just shut the fuck up if you're fucking black?
Bro, Steffi's got his dick buried so far down the back of BB's throat right now. It's fucking wild.
Hey,
BB, you're gonna choke to death on the thing.
I might have to give her the fucking wheelchair. It's the only time of her life a guy gave it to her.
Baby, how do you like interacting with such people? I'm so sorry for you, BB.
She's a drunk. What are you talking about? She's drunk all the time. Like Glow. Glow's also drunk all the time.
You know, BB, we can walk through Tehran, enjoy people, enjoy culture, good food.
Why enjoy what in Tehran? I haven't been fucking able to travel back to my own country for the last 10 years.
Why is that? Oh, cry me a fucking river. That's good. We've been keeping the Iranian fucking people safe away from you.
I'm being held hostage outside my own
Imagine if the Iranians had to deal with BB. We have to deal with her. Imagine what a whole country would be like.
What I want to do in my fucking country.
Yeah, come back to Tehran. Ali said he'll marry you and make you his fifth wife.
ببین اینجا تهرانه یعنی شهر
And in 6 weeks she's going to deport you. BB, in 6 weeks Ali will deport you.
Oh, I knew. Ali June.
من تو تهرانم بیبیش
چی کار میکنی اونجا؟
Ali's going to marry you and then divorce you fucking 3 days later.
وطن فروشی وطن فروشیون اون جوونا رو که دارن هر روز دارن 18 ساله ها رو دارن میکشن اومدی اینجا برای اونا کار میکنی؟
بیبی جون ببین اینا هم دارن میکشن
بیبی جون یعنی چی بیبی جون؟
مسئله اینه که اینا هم دارن میکشن دیگه از تا الان 3000 نفر رو کشتن
نه چیزی رو هم واقعا قلب نداری؟ اینا هم
Yeah, we're not gonna start this ribble rabble fucking speaking bullshit language shit. English only motherfuckers.
I'm gonna drop the next person that speaks.
No, because I didn't know he's in Tehran. I thought he was outside.
He's got a white SIM card, of course he is.
ولی داستان اینه که چاره کار
So, Bibi, this is the reason why
Ali, is that reason why you don't want to return to Iran?
Because
he wants you to return back to Tehran so they can hang you from a crane.
He doesn't know any better. This is what breaks my. He doesn't know any better. He's probably not traveled very much outside the country. No. This is his idea of being a patriotic person and loving your country is what he's representing. And you know what? He's not a bad person because I can see he wants to understand. Can I speak?
He wants to hang you from a crane.
No, maybe.
I want to hang you every single day.
And don't forget they'll rape you so you don't get to go to heaven before they kill you.
حتما اینجا همه منتظرن که ریپت کنن. همه بیکارن فقط منتظرن تو بیای تو.
But Ali June, you cannot deny it's not happening.
بابا جون من که دینای نمیکنم ولی میگم به دست این کسخلان دموکراسی عمرم بیاد.
Hold on. You just say this.
Didn't you just say no more Farsi?
ببین یه کوچولو جغرافی.
Alright, bye Ali. Shoot him.
I don't give a shit.
No, he's actually quite.
No, he can speak English. He's
you know what?
fucking very well spoken in English. Can talk English.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I can't.
And he's actually Persian.
آره بیبی جون یه کوچولو جغرافی سیاسی بخونی میفهمید.
You give me the fucking bean, Rafi.
No.
I'll put him in the audience.
No. Who's here? You here, Bled? Ocean. Anybody here?
Yeah, they put him in the audience.
No, why did you boot him?
Actually, they kicked him out of the room. Shit.
He needed a timeout. I don't think they kicked him.
Yeah, he's gone. Let me look.
No.
His likes are still in the chat, so he just left.
Yeah.
No, but he's very measured. He's very indoctrinated, but he's very measured. Like someone like CERN, it's like he's just a low class, no education. He doesn't really, so he's just a mathematician. But someone like Ali is like probably fairly young, whatever, I don't know, whatever he does, but he's very patriotic. And the thing is, it's like this is also the kind of people, but that you have to consider that it's better to have conversations with them than just to like treat them like shit, like you can do with Son, because Son you can treat like shit. But someone like Ali, it like having a conversation can be benefit him.
No, you see, I actually
the entire conversation much better.
No,
you
you see,
think I'm wrong? I'm wrong? Why do you think I'm wrong?
I actually like Sorn because he Sorn says he is at least still a pussy.
It's like he doesn't
want to admit.
He doesn't have.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but for you, because it makes more sense for you. But for me as an Iranian,
because I know Sorn
is an
not
idiot, right? He's probably like not even half Iranian. But someone like Ali, you can tell he's like, he's like he's got the essence of being a Persian. He's young. And he's just indoctrinated.
No, he comes into this room. He came into this room.
And make an enemy of where you can have a conversation with him and somehow like turn him around.
Hold on, Bibi. Now how you do it? It's very simple.
Anyway,
you ask him what he thinks about Muhammad. Simple as that.
Bibi Kapara. Bibi Netanyahu, I'm talking to you, Bibi.
I almost want to fight.
I'm looking for Bibi, not to Sam.
You understand? If you have
I come here to speak with Bibi, not with Sam. Bibi, answer me, Bibi.
Bibi or Bibi Kapara?
Bibi
Irani Bibi.
If Bibi Kapara in the room, he wouldn't let
Yeah, I know. That's what we would figure out if you were fucking retarded or drunk, almost.
Both of
them, yes. Both of them bust right.
Bibi, can I speak?
I want to invite Shuki in here and make Shuki a bomber. And he can say, hey, Amos, you ride Shuki Express. Look up, Amos, look up.
Can you just shut up, Rich?
BB, why don't you respond to this faggot Amos then?
faggot.
He is a faggot.
I love Amos.
Almost swings both ways. He's very progressive.
You see, somebody likes me.
Very progressive.
No,
He's in Gay Pride Parade in Tel Aviv.
But he was there.
Amos, you know you like dick too. Yeah, you like schmeck.
Son, you can't build yourself.
Amos, shut the fuck up.
Tomorrow, you come.
No one like you, Amos.
Bibi, you come tomorrow night to my room? Bibi.
Yes, I'm going to come to your room. But
yes, come to my room, Bibi. I put you in the cup chair. You watch me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, the Matrix hates you, Bibi.
So was he a pocket faggot or is he an open faggot?
No, almost swings both ways. He likes dick and pussy.
Now I make commercials before I go to sleep. I make commercials.
Almost was there in 1948.
I'm talking to Bibi, but I'm talking to anyone in this room.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth, you fucking retard.
Hey, I heard Almost had sex with a T-Rex. Almost, is it true? Was you fucking dinosaurs?
Wait, Harry, are you still there?
I suspect you're whole.
Harry.
I suspect you're whole.
I can't believe Harry's not coming off mic and Almost isn't there.
Harry's doing something.
Oh, bro.
Harry,
not doing anything, bro. He was already in the room earlier, bro.
Oh, what do you have to say to Almost, Harry?
Harry, you don't have to say that.
Harry, what to say?
There's nothing to say.
Emma's best friend is my friend's father in London.
We have good tomorrow. You can tell everybody to come to his room, and nobody's gonna go to his room. So I don't know.
No, Harry, you come tomorrow. Harry, you.
Harry, I make you moderator, Harry.
Bring Rafi.
Harry, only come on the back.
Only one on the
Almost not the bus driver.
No, listen, I have to put a moderator a Muslim. Because you have to be equal. It has to be equal. Harry, what you laughing? You're drunk.
Wait, you say you put Buttercup? You put Buttercup moderator?
It can be Buttercup.
Buttercup pro-Palestinian.
By the way, Harry, what happened to Buttercup, the poor girl?
I heard a lot of rumors about her and Bibi Kapara making problems.
We ran her off the app because that's what she deserved to be off the app.
It was very annoying. But it was like, you know, in a way, I don't understand what it's going to help, like, to run off people like that.
Hey, Buttercup is it?
They're not going to go away. It's better to have them around
the king of the schmuck.
to tap on them instead of, like,
Buttercup is it?
make it worse somewhere else. This is
Schmuck.
why I'm saying it's like the same with like people like Ali. You know, you gotta like.
No, baby, it's not better to do.
Norman, how much do you love Amos?
I love Amos. I don't think he loves me back, but I do love him.
Yeah. I have some news for you. I like him more than all the rest of the people. Even the
Amos is the king of the piece of shit.
As everybody he's very honest and say the truth. That's what I like in the world.
I try.
Yeah, you understand what I mean.
I heard Amos so old he had sex with a dinosaur.
And what almost do I lie all the time?
A male dinosaur.
I don't understand.
Every second word out of your dirty mouth is a lie, Eric.
What did I say that was a lie then? Give me 3 things that I said that was a lie.
The picture in the title of you is a lie. Donald Trump is a lie.
What? That's not a lie. That actually happened. That actually happened. What's a lie about?
The new generation of.
Why do we bring her up?
Just move her down. Her.
So what's a lie? What's a lie about the picture? I don't understand.
What's a lie in the picture?
Yes. What's the lie about the picture?
The lie
it's a lie.
is to support someone blindness without nothing.
No, specifically the picture, you fucking retard. No, the picture. He asked you about the picture, not your fucking bloviating. Just tell him about the picture. What's a lie about the picture? Donald Trump after he shot him.
I see a pedophile person.
That's not the question, Amos. That's not the question. The question was, what is a lie about this picture?
When he put the pedophile in his picture.
No, Amos. Answer the fucking direct question that has been directed to you. What is a lie about the picture of Donald Trump with blood on his face?
Listen, I'm saying.
No, come on, hurry up.
What you want? He is a pedophile, Donald Trump, and every.
But he's not. He's not a pedophile. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand what you're saying because his English is not great. But he's not a pedophile.
He's a bus driver. What do you expect?
You know, he's never been convicted in America court.
He was a bus driver. He was a bus driver. Once a bus driver, always a bus driver.
The first time working, it doesn't matter if I'm a bus driver, taxi driver,
I drive bus.
or a road
Palestinian blood
I have
bus.
money, I bring food to my family. I have children and I have grandchildren.
Answer the fucking question. Why is the photo a lie, you fucking idiot? No, answer the question. Why is the photo a lie with Donald Trump shot in the ear, blood on his face? I'm waiting.
He's happy. He's happy that he was shot. It is like for him a show. How good he is.
How is it a lie, though, you fucking retard?
You know what?
Wait,
oh my God.
he's saying that he's happy that Donald Trump got shot.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't make it a fucking lie.
I know, he doesn't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I know, he's a fucking retard.
Put his picture in your title and show that Donald Trump is the hero. You know, every time like somebody tries to shoot him, the last time nobody shot him, just.
Alright, I'm gonna say like the fucking Black Hebrew Israelites, I want Amos to return back to Russia.
No, maybe if I know, maybe I wouldn't run. It's not of my problem, it is his problem. I'm running because of him.
So the person behind Trump, almost. So the person that was standing behind Trump that fucking died is a lie too. We just made that shit the fuck up.
Who died? Wait. Who died?
No. That's you.
I told him that in the last room, bro.
There was a firefighter behind him. One of the bullets shot the firefighter, and the firefighter was in the crowd, and he was protecting his wife and daughter, and he was shot and killed.
But to Amos, that's a fucking lie.
Okay, I must admit it that I didn't know about it. I hear it.
Yeah, the guy was a retired firefighter. He was at the Trump rally, and he was hit by one of the straight bullet.
I told you 2 hours ago, almost. I literally said the same exact shit 2 hours ago in the other room. What are you talking about?
Nobody's gonna insult Amos. If somebody claims to be a fucking
do you open your mouth?
BD, you just want that green bean. Shut the fuck up. You're sucking Amos off from the back. You're sucking his old wrinkly balls and wrinkly dick.
Amos, if you don't know something,
He's the foundation of Israel, this fucking cunt.
I don't give a fuck.
Filipino.
BB, Amos is on all four, and you're behind him sucking his dick and playing with his balls. His old wrinkly fucking.
No, excuse me.
Yes, you just want a green bean tomorrow. That's what you want.
It's because she's a fucking trash bag. She ain't. BB's just a fucking
Oh
trash
shit,
bag.
Daniel's here. Hurry up, invite. Oh, that's a different Daniel. Never mind.
Steffi, if you're black,
Is
don't
that
talk.
the right Daniel? I don't think it is.
I can't. Get fucked. I can call you whatever.
Yes,
You're black, don't talk to me.
Very
Oh my
often,
God.
and I like it.
Listen,
Like, if you black, get the fuck out of here, you dumb cunt.
Oh, I'm sorry, so you are black. I thought it was a joke.
He's half black.
Steffi, to come to my room, Steffi, tomorrow night?
No.
Why not?
Because you're retarded.
I don't want to lose any more. I don't want to lose. Listen, I don't want to lose any more fucking IQ. If I go in your fucking room, I'm probably going to deplete it fucking all. So that's why.
Sorry, excuse me.
He's saying your room is dumb almost, and it's gonna make him more dumb.
It does prove that you're a chicken, you're a coward.
Oh, reverse psychology almost. Did you learn that when you're working for Mossad almost?
You'll never sit together.
Alright, I know I'm gonna regret this, but bring us Mina. Somebody bring us Mina. Come on, hurry.
No, don't have to bring Josephine.
No, we're gonna bring her up. Bring her up, somebody.
Like the hottest Jewish
Yes, bring us.
Ocean,
bring us.
on this app.
Yesterday, I give Josephine, not yesterday, last week, I give Josephine a moderator in my room. And what did she do? What did she do? She took my room.
Yeah, probably. I would do the same thing. You made me a moderator before and I kicked you in the audience.
You also did it?
Yes, I did it many times.
Many times,
yeah, remember when you make everybody mod? And then I kicked everybody off the stage?
Yeah, so you're proud?
Yes, proud that I kicked everyone in the off the stage, and then I espoused pro-Israeli fucking rhetoric the entire time while you were crying in the audience. I was Hamas that day, that's what I was doing. I was kidnapping.
Yosemite, it's okay. It's okay. Come on.
Help build up. You fucking ungrateful fucks.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, Ardash, are you back?
Oh, BB's.
Hey, yeah, thank you. Someone removed me from the last room. I don't know why.
The last 10 minutes because she wants a green bean in his room tomorrow.
Oh, nice. I come from a country where we value history.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, why did you remove
Don't forget,
Ardash?
you're only like 60 years old. Your country.
The only history you're going to have is the United States ruling over you with an iron fist for the next 300 years.
Maybe by history is older, but don't forget, by like Constitution, it's like even fucking.
Bro, you were raised in the U.S. Shut the fuck up. You're an American.
No, you.
I'm sorry, UK.
Alright, I think
You're British at this
want
point.
to get into trouble because you share a lot. Maybe.
No, I was discussing with those two IRGC agents that woman and that Nasser. I don't know what happened. Someone removed me. I don't understand it.
Maybe because
Maybe because you're being a dickhead. That's why. You're being a dickhead. You're being a dickhead.
Rich is always
Interrupting people. Yeah.
So you removed me, Father.
I did. Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty stupid to remove someone that is on your side.
No. You're not on my side. You don't even know what side I'm on. What are you talking about?
Probably the IRGC side.
Yeah, okay, sure. Whatever, dude.
Eat a fucking dick, bro.
Yeah, whatever. Sorry.
Oh, he's Irish.
He's an IRGC lover, I guess. Yeah. There you go.
He probably has a grinder. Go check your grinder, bro.
Arash, June, what's wrong with you?
Well, I never do that, you know. We shouldn't call them.
We heard you about the Farsi shit, BB.
Hey, quit talking that goat talking shit.
Is your mom a goat, Slippy, or what?
No, your mom is Dude, I could have been your daddy, but the dog beat me up the steps.
No, mom bibiata.
Okay.
So Yosemite she only accepts invites from Rafi or Ocean. Okay, dude, whatever.
All right, Rafi, bring her Ocean, bring her up.
Hold on. I don't
Bring her up.
Yeah, I didn't invite Jasmine, sorry.
Yeah, bring her up.
I don't know, she was waiting for a fucking invite.
I already invited her.
We're gonna make almost.
Yasmin,
I already invited her.
Hold on.
Jesus Christ.
Hold up, Yasmin, you in my room. You're waiting only an invite for me?
Yeah,
or Ocean.
On stage in my room. Remember?
I'm a lady.
John gets liberated. Like, they're gonna need, like, girls like us, Persian girls, to go and set up, like, Secret Service, only set up by girls trained by Mossad. Yeah, and you know, we come up with a name, we make our own fucking Secret Service in Iran, and we're never gonna have anything to do with religion. It's gonna be a fucking secular country.
None of this is gonna ever happen.
Our king, and then we can do whatever the fuck we want with our country.
Robert, what do you think are the odds of that happening?
By the Mossad, by the CIAs, and we rule the Middle East. That's my dream. Because, you know, our men have proven that it is, like, we cannot leave it to to them to decide for us. So I feel like the future of Iran, it has to be somehow maintained by the women. Yeah. Pro West, pro everything that is.
We're gonna call it Hassan. We're gonna call it Hassan.
No, we'll figure out something, but it will be fucking sexy. We'll make the Middle East sexy again.
Oh my gosh.
Yay.
Baby's gonna be like Snooki from Jersey Shore. Hey, you again?
Shut up, you fucking black cunt.
You'll be like Snooki, baby. You know?
Oh, but I'm sorry, but aren't Middle Eastern women the sexiest women in the world?
No.
You know, we like tenacious.
Not even close.
We are aggressive. We are
Not even
beautiful.
close.
We are sexy, and we're smart.
Not even close. Mexican women are prettier.
Okay, but if you're into fat asses and no brains, well, maybe you should go there.
I'm into porca.
Wow. If you're into beans and fat asses.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck, I'll eat that ass and flick the bean. I don't give a fuck.
Alright.
Besides that, Mexican women are a hell of a lot more smarter. Just so you know.
Well, yeah, well then.
Well, I think all women are great.
And
I'm a fan of women from all parts of the world.
Not BB. She's about that liter of alcohol first. Then women.
Yeah, but like you'd be surprised how much you can fix on alcohol and drugs.
Yeah, you know what? You cannot fix a DUI.
You know what? I'm almost 20 years sober as of another week from now. Exciting stuff.
Nice. That's all tough. Well done.
Thank you.
I think BB got 25 minutes in.
Father, is it true that you were trying to kill your neighbor? And
Hold on, shut up.
And what
Mother,
did he
are we
do to you?
celebrating by taking shots?
Fuck yeah, dude! Like all I want to say is anybody that drinks and all that stuff, like have a drink for me because I literally can't have a drink. So, you know, even though I want to have a drink, you know, I just can't. Like, there's no way I'm gonna have a drink. So, everybody else have a drink for me. Let's put it that way.
Nah, then we're taking shots with you. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck. Well,
you're making me
you're doing it for me, so I don't have to drink. You know what I mean?
You know, it's like that part in the movie, Father.
Yeah.
The guy comes into the boss's office. And he's like, "You having a whiskey?" Starts pouring him a whiskey, does that. He gives him the cup. And the guy's like, "You're not going to have it with me." He's like, "But I'm an alcoholic." It's
Vamos,
ya benzona. Kitana. Manishmaos.
Nobody kill you?
No, that was Danny, not me.
Why did somebody kill Yasmin?
Yeah. Nobody's trying to kill me. That's Danny who thinks that.
Yeah, so I've always been the designated driver for all of my drinking friends, so that's why they always love me. Because I'm
you're drunk? Father, you're drunk?
Fuck yeah, I am. I'm a crackhead, motherfucker. Yeah.
Almost. You don't call him father, it's padre. Call him padre.
Padre, why is that about me?
You call him daddy. He prefers to call him daddy.
He mentioned one of the Israeli Mossad members, you know?
Well, you know what? What was it? BB was saying she wanted to create a whole new fucking country for women and all stuff, so I called it Postad. You know? It's perfect.
Well, your picture is very mentioned in Mossad member.
Oh, good. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Mossad, even the IRGC, as much as you can hate them, you gotta love them for their functionality, right? They're reason why it's gone so wrong is because they're military people. They should have just stayed being military people. But you have some kind of government that is abusing them instead of like using them to protect their people. They are being abused to go against their own people. But you cannot deny their capabilities and like whatever they're capable of doing.
What are they capable of doing? Hold on. What are they capable of doing?
Well, they've been capable of fucking almost, well, firstly, destroying their own country within.
What's the most important thing of
I am not for IRGC.
Hold on, no.
I am for military
Bibi, hold on. Bibi, when there's a bomb or any threat to the country, what's the first thing that gets done? They secure the leader. That's the number one military treatment. You always secure the leader. How the fuck did they lose the leader in the first 10 minutes of
No, but the leader had lost his country and the leader had lost his people. It's the leadership that matters.
Hey, what happened?
Baby, I go to sleep now, baby. Don't forget, tomorrow we have a date, baby. I want you. Baby, I go to sleep now.
Oh, okay.
Baby, don't forget.
So what are you doing? So are you walking it back or?
Baby, don't forget, baby.
Why should I forget? I don't forget anything. It's my country. My country is in a place. I'm a proud Persian. My country could have been capable of so much more. And all I'm trying to think of is ways that have not made the mistakes that it's done. So it's like, instead of like, oh, you can blame the IRGC, you can blame the Iranian people, you can blame so many things. But the thing is, you've got to dissect it. You got to study, well, this country has these capabilities. It's like many people, I'm sorry, but you got to give them some credit because these are people's sons, you know? It's like people's children. They are willing to go and give their lives for some cause. It's not their fault. That's that cause.
Maybe you could say the same thing about ISIS.
No, shut up, Orashun. It's not their fault.
No, be fucking polite. What's wrong with you? But you can say the same thing about the ISIS.
Fuck ISIS.
ISIS is a different thing. So it's like
ISIS were better. At least they didn't kill women and children. They were better than ISIS. They had some dignity.
They will have dignity. They will have something work. They can use it to protect their people, protect their region, protect some harmonious.
Dude, this fucking squiggly-eyed douchebag fucking make a claim that ISIS didn't kill women and children. That is incorrect because I've been in Afghanistan. Fighting against ISIS in the coalition forces.
You've never been out of your house. Okay?
You want to bet? You want to bet?
After 9/11, he was in the invasion. But ISIS was, remember a couple of years ago, ISIS had a bunch of Yazidi women in a cage who lit it on fire. Young girls. Yeah, like they've been doing this. They've been doing it since they've been in their conception.
Since 2010. This is 2010. They used to go into fucking small villages and just fucking unalive them. Why? Because all they would need to see is some type of U.S. involvement, whether it's MREs, whether it's water bottles. It doesn't matter. They go in there and just randomly start blaming. So, Mr. Squiggly Line.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Based on what Trump said, the Hillary Clinton Democrats, made ISIS. So blame them.
Yeah, ISIS did. ISIS sucks at fighting. By the way, they do.
It was Hillary Clinton and the Democrats and Obama. They made ISIS. Okay, so you better blame them.
They run in fucking Pakistan and they hide there all fucking winter, and then they come back in the summer and then they get beat down again.
Look, Trump said Hillary Clinton, Obama, and the Democrats.
We're talking about what
you should care. You should care.
About what
Who created them? Who brought them to power?
ISIS doesn't kill women.
Look, this piece of shit Mamdani from Syria, he was a high-ranking ISIS member. There's a picture of him holding
two heads.
He's not.
Two heads.
India. It's
Two
his
heads
wife
of two people
that
that is
is
already beheaded.
angry.
Oh my
They
God,
have been beheaded, and this piece of shit is holding these two heads in a picture. And now he's the president of Syria. And this bastard goes to Europe, goes to America. Trump shakes his fucking hand. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
CIA op. You don't go from like the world's most wanted to the next month shaking the hands of the president. Obviously, he's CIA. Obviously, he's working with them.
Guys, the president of Syria is not the guy from the ICE. It's not the same. I have seen those posts. It's not the same guy. You know that, right?
This guy, hey, well, we know this, G-Lo, but this guy over here making false statements. By the way, I want to get back to what he said. He said, and I quote, ISIS doesn't kill women and children.
No, ISIS, he uses them as a sex slaves, but they didn't kill them systematically, okay?
Yes,
The IRGC kills women and children systematically.
Yes, they did.
Okay? There are some crazy, incidents that they set these Yazidi women on fire. I don't deny that, but the IRGC systematically targets women and children. There's a huge difference between these isolated incidents.
Target women and children because that's what terrorists do. That's what terrorists do is they target the women and children. It's like that's why they're terrorists.
All I
right?
wanted to say is that IRGC is the godfather of ISIS. They are the biggest terrorist group all around the world ever. Okay, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, yes. But, so I agree with you, but you can dissect it in whichever way or form you want to, but you can also learn from it. So it's like, okay, so this is what Iran is capable of doing. So it's like, what are they capable of doing? They are capable of creating like one of the biggest terrorist organizations like within that region or even across the world. How come everybody's being kicked out? But it's not going to help if you're like denying that military capability is a military capability. If you have something on top of it that's able to lead it in the right way, you might actually have one of your biggest protectors for Rafi, what the fuck are you doing? You might actually end up what? Everybody's leaving? Okay, well then I'll leave too.
What the fuck happened? Did Clubhouse servers just exploded or what? What happened?
and if you could time it and you knew that, and then you could maybe somehow transfer communication, at the right level of residence.
I feel like we're getting way out of it. We're going.
But this is really advanced kind of physics we're talking about.
This is, again,
I have a question for the room.
Real quick,
Hold on. Let me just help everybody. I got to bring it back in. This is because I have Maze on my stage. I know it's because I have Maze up here why this is happening. I want to reset the space, everybody. We're talking about the missing scientist, JPL, Epstein, not Einstein, although he's a part of the conversation. NASA, the UFO PSYOP. I 100% believe that it's a PSYOP. I'm supposed to be disclosing the files tomorrow, and this space got glitched out or whatever last time. We were really kind of catching some air, getting the really kind of sailing, right? And so I want to make sure that we reel it back in. I don't want to get too far out here into conjecture, pure speculation, right? I don't do that. I'm allowing myself to float a little bit here, but we're getting way beyond what my audience I'm used to. I have to remain somewhat grounded, right? If we're going to offer conjecture, it needs to be, or speculation, not conjecture, but speculation, it needs